Councillors, good morning. Please take your seats. It's 10 o'clock. Thank you. Councillors, welcome to the special meeting of council. Welcome to the councillors, officials, as well as the media and guests in the gallery, and those members connected via the live YouTube link. I now call for a moment's silence. Thank you. Councillors, will you now proceed to put your, your card into the slot, please, so that we can determine whether we quorate. We quorate. Thank you. We will proceed. Councillors, please, the council meeting has commenced. Thank you. Come in quietly if you need to come in late. Applications for leave of absence. Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Speaker, apologies for today are as follows. Councillor Deniso Nungubalanga. I see that Councillor Quintus is here, as well as Alderman Basson, and I have them on my apology list. So we will just correct that. Councillors Hendricks, Maga, Askin, Sutashi, Twig, Arnolds. On sick leave, Councillors Christians, Visser, Matanzima, Marklow, Mabungani, Mchweza, Nyamakazi, De Beer, Lombard, Marklow, Kobeni, De Vos. Late arrivals will be Councillor Rashid Adams, not sure whether he is here yet, Eddie Andrews, and Councillor Gungwe. Leaving early will be Alderman Foss, Councillor Zumana, and Councillor Zumdaka. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do any of the other party whips have any leaves of absence to record other than which has been read out? EFF, Councillor?
Thanks, Speaker. Councillor Nkosinathi Stirman will be arriving late. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cupido?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Lama Bengi. He is here, but he's busy with administrative excess.
Thank you. You'll be late. All right. We move on to...
Sorry, Speaker. Alzama, I did send an email to the whip now, myself and Councillor Dawai. We're leaving at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Steenberg?
Councillor Adenau will be late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Haynes, do you have any apologies?
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning. Apologies, I just had to deal with the crisis quickly. Councillor Duka is having a car problem, but he's coming.
He'll be late. That's fine. Thank you very much. This is a special council meeting, and we're going to proceed with item 1 on the agenda. The first speaker, or the only speaker, will be Alderman the Mayor. Councillors,
Speaker.
councillors, please order.
Speaker.
Councillor Tendela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, in our meeting, I raised a issue that I think you have just...
We'll deal with it later. We're on the item on the agenda.
Can I finish,
The
Mr.
Mayor has...
Can I finish?
It's not a point of order.
No, but can I finish? You said we correct in this meeting.
We what?
We are correcting in this meeting.
We are correct, yes.
Okay, that is only you
Yes.
that is saying that. We have not seen that.
Well,
Is it
you
possible?
can see here, but I will get them to
We
put it
don't
on
work
the
with
board.
that.
Thank you.
Speaker,
Thank you.
So all
Speaker.
real people.
Thank you. Mr.
we
Mayor,
raised this
continue.
matter.
Madam Speaker, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I was abroad for the council meeting last month, and so I know that he has already been welcomed, but let me take this opportunity to welcome the new leader of the opposition, who was here a minute ago, but seems to have stepped out now, Councillor Tidio, to his place as leader of the opposition in this council. And we look forward to working together with him as he comes back in right now. Madam Speaker, today we are tabling amendments to the city's proposed invested in Hope budget for 2025-26 financial year, having listened carefully to Cape Townians during the initial public participation phase. It is most welcome, ma'am, that the city and the public have had an honest conversation about the direction of the mother city, which we are working here to build into a city of hope for all. Today's amendments include measures to reduce some of the tariff proposals made in March and further extend Cape Town's social relief net to even more homes and families. Compared to the March tabled draft, the changes today will result in meaningfully lower increases to bills. The March proposed budget was designed specifically to protect families living in lower value homes in particular, and was deliberately designed to cross-subsidize that protection from higher value homes. The proposed amendments tabled today preserve that protection for families in lower value homes, but also considerably soften tariffs for the middle class, whose feedback and concerns we heard. We have thoroughly examined the budget to find ways to achieve this without compromising the critical and urgent investments required for infrastructure, and without punishing the whole city in years to come by kicking the can down the road instead of doing what is needed now. It would have been much easier, Speaker, in March, to table a budget that kicked the infrastructure can down the road. That is what all the other cities in South Africa do, and the results are plain for us to see. But because we want a city that is an even better place to live in the future, it is important for us to be honest with Cape Townians about the two paths before us. There is the well-trodden path of decline that so many of our country's cities and towns have sadly followed, and which is now an undeniable daily reality in the form of failing services, collapsed water systems, broken traffic lights, potholed roads, and limping local economies. This is the same malaise that afflicts South Africa as a country. There is no clear decision to move forward, and so our country drifts slowly backwards. Our country has no unity of purpose, no clarity on what we are trying to achieve together. In Cape Town, we are trying to choose a different path, one of a functional, successful, working city, a path of progress and a better life for all, where hope flourishes and more residents are lifted out of poverty and into work. So here in Cape Town, we choose not to allow malaise or decline ever to set in. Madam Speaker, the primary function of government everywhere is to work to make the future better than the present. That is the simple job description of government. If anyone here is interested only in kicking the can down the road, papering over what's broken, sweeping problems under the mat, let me say to them today that the exits on this chamber are clearly marked, and they should please use them now. As for us, we are deliberately choosing to do the right things now. I will briefly set out some of the active choices we are making for a better future for Cape Town. Firstly, we cannot cut or rephase this city's infrastructure budget. There are no luxury or optional infrastructure projects on this budget. All of them are urgently needed. Multi-billion rand upgrades to wastewater works, to bulk sewers, such as South Africa's largest project on the Cape Flats line, cannot be postponed. Nor can the wide-ranging sewer and water pipe replacements and pump station upgrades be delayed or slowed down, if we are to live in dignified communities with working infrastructure. We can't avoid securing new sources of water or investing in bulk water resources, as SA's only city that directly owns and manages some of its own dams. This would be criminal for a metro that knows all too well the fickleness of rainfall and the consequences of drought. We cannot fail to upgrade our electricity grid as a city that knows all too well about the cost of Eskom's blackouts and what it will take to build an energy secure future and protect our local economy from job-killing outages. Our roads, our ability to rely on public transport to get to work affordably, safely, and reliably. This is all critical infrastructure that we dare not play dice games with. So we are investing in road upgrades, in congestion relief, and in pothole repair. And we know that despite the growing momentum of our housing program and our housing successes, the most important way we will break down the physical and economic exclusion that apartheid baked into our cities is through a functional public transport system. So we are investing there too, in South Africa's largest public transport project to connect communities across the metro from the southeast, from Khayelitsha and Mitchells Plain, through to Wynberg and Claremont. These are just some of the reasons why we must keep intact our 40 billion rand record-breaking infrastructure budget, 75% of which directly benefits lower-income households in our city. In fact, if we are honest, and if we had the ability to fund it, that budget should be even bigger. Of course, it's not possible for ratepayers to bear the infrastructure burden alone, which is why we've worked for years to improve governance, financial stability, to improve our city's credit rating, so that in future we can borrow more cheaply and also tap into the limited national government infrastructure funding sources which reward merit. It's also vital that we pursue our major safety and cleaning investments in the city. Safety is the number one concern of every family in South Africa. And this budget will deliver two critical improvements. First, it will deploy over 500 new Metro police officers with a dedicated neighborhood policing allocation to each and every ward for the first time. Second, it will deploy over 200 officers to protect frontline service delivery teams and infrastructure projects from criminals disrupting the delivery of basic water, sanitation, electricity, and waste services, specifically to the poorest and most vulnerable residents in our city. It is a situation that we must push back against with all we have. Likewise, the new visible cleaning unit for highways and CBDs will ensure that our main routes and public places are cleaner and more attractive places for investment. This is a basic thing that any thriving city in the world needs to get right. Delivering on these priority investments and major long-term infrastructure plans does require certain basic financial sustainability measures. This includes an element of fixed charges to ensure that all Cape Townians make a contribution to infrastructure and stable services. Cape Town simply would not have a working electricity or water service network to speak of if the city only charged people for consumption and not for a contribution to the costs of building and maintaining that network of infrastructure that make those services possible. Many costs are fixed in nature: pipelines, trucks, chemicals, cables, staff to service all of it. These costs remain no matter how much people consume, and so fixed costs must be met with a portion of fixed revenue. Municipal infrastructure must be available for everyone and all the time, and must always work. To achieve this, costs must be borne by all ratepayers, and not only those who can't afford to invest in alternative water and electricity sources. This is a well-established principle in infrastructure finance across the world, and there is a very broad literature on it. In fact, globally, cities are increasingly collecting more and more of their revenue from fixed charges. In Sydney, for example, fixed charges make up the huge majority of all city revenue. In Cape Town, consumption charges will still make up by far the largest portion of revenue, and only a relatively small portion will be from fixed income. So the incentive and choice to decide your own consumption pattern remains in place, with low consumption customers benefiting from lower per unit costs for water and electricity as part of this budget. Cape Town also cannot sustainably fund infrastructure with lower income and affluent households making equal contributions. Hundreds of thousands of households between 500,000 Rand in value and 1.5 million Rand in value are in fact making meaningful fixed contributions within their means in Cape Town. And within their means is the critical phrase. But we cannot run a city where a 50 million Rand household makes the same contribution to water and sanitation infrastructure as a 500,000 Rand household. If a flat charge, just for example, if a flat charge of 500 Rand was billed and one household earns 20,000 Rand a month, while the other household earns 100,000 Rand a month, this charge represents 2.5% and 0.5% of their monthly incomes respectively. What that actually means is that the impact on the lower income household is actually 5 times more than the impact on the higher income household. That is not equal. Let's call that exactly what it is: regressive taxation. And we oppose it for the same reason the DA recently opposed the VAT hike, because it hits the poor the hardest. Cross-subsidizing, where the better off amongst us help to fund services for the less fortunate amongst us, is the only sustainable way to ensure a working city of hope for all. All households, whether low income or affluent, also contribute 15 cents in every Rand of rates paid towards free and basic services to the indigent households. While this budget is designed to protect households under 2.5 million Rand, we have listened carefully, Madam Speaker, to ratepayers in higher value properties, and do agree that not everyone in higher value homes is necessarily wealthy or cash flush. And so, Speaker, I am pleased today to table several tariff reductions that will meaningfully reduce monthly bills compared to the March budget. In summary, these measures are extending the first 450,000 Rand rates-free benefit to all homes up to 7 million Rand in property valuation, up from 5 million. More pensioners to benefit by raising the qualifying threshold to 27,000 Rand monthly income per household, and that's up from 22,000 Rand. Please note that this income threshold is regardless of property value, and that this is South Africa's widest criteria for pensioner support. Then, most importantly today, we are significantly reducing citywide cleaning charges for all residential properties under 20 million Rand in value, compared to the tabled March budget. And we are also including a pensioner rebate for the citywide cleaning tariff for the first time. Then, we are also reducing the fixed water charges for property value bands between 1 million and 25 million Rand, compared to the March tabled draft budget. The above relief measures will lead to lower total monthly bills compared to the March budget approximately as follows. And I underscore the word approximately because every household has a different consumption pattern. These are based on average consumption patterns. A 1.2 million Rand home, up to 15% lower. A 2 million Rand home, 24% lower. A 3 million Rand home, or a 4 million Rand home, 30% lower. And 5 to 7 million Rand homes, around 35% lower. For pensioner rebate beneficiaries, the relief will be even greater than this. These additional measures will complement the existing wide-ranging relief already contained in the budget. For instance, the budget in March proposed to get rid of the former pipe levy and to make it based on, or it used to be based on pipe size, and now base it on property value. That meant that all homes under 2.5 million Rand would pay less for their fixed water charges than before. Now, even when you add the new sanitation charge, 200,000 families in the city in homes under 2.5 million Rand will pay less for water and sanitation together compared to what they would have paid just for their water fixed charge on the pipe size system before. This is alongside the electricity price relief, which will benefit households across the property value spectrum. From July, the per unit electricity charge for customers on the home user and domestic tariffs is going down. This is made possible by discontinuing the 10% cost embedded in those electricity unit charges that previously paid for citywide cleaning. We have further considered the petition by the Cape Association, which calls for the raising of electricity prices instead of a citywide cleaning tariff. Our modeling shows that this will negatively impact a smaller number of households and that it is better to pursue other means of relief. For commercial customers, we have heard the points raised by major commercial property owners like SAPOA. The city will allow commercial customers more time to adapt to the phased introduction of the citywide cleaning tariff. In 2025-26, commercial customers will therefore continue to contribute to the citywide cleaning service in the same way that they currently do, via a percentage of their electricity price. For households, the reduction in the per unit cost of electricity will be especially meaningful for larger families with high consumption. And I see that some of the public commentary has missed this point. Some of our highest electricity and water consuming homes are also some of our poorest. We know that's the case because in many lower income homes, one often finds not one, but multiple families living together, and so consumption is high. For example, when using 750 electricity units a month and 10 kiloliters of water, total monthly bills for a home valued between 1 and 3 million rand will actually decrease as a result of this budget by as much as negative 5%. In other words, it will go down by 5%, and up to a maximum overall increase of 3%. Given this positive impact of electricity price relief for households, and in particular larger multifamily households, it is important to take electricity usage into account for an accurate calculation of your potential bill. On that note, the city's online rates and tariffs calculator is now updated and available for new calculations from today. Special Lifeline tariff electricity protection also continues for indigent households and pensioners. Lifeline customers using 600 units will still pay roughly the same in 2025 as they did 3 years ago in 2022. This is thanks to the city raising the number of cheaper subsidized electricity units that can be bought from 350 to 600 units per month on the Lifeline tariff. Madam Speaker, today's changes and the existing relief will ensure that we not only protect households under 2.5 million rand, as this budget was designed to do, but also that we bring meaningful relief to more homes, with bills lowering up to 35%, as I've said, compared to the March budget for households under 7 million rand. Following the relief measures we are tabling today, 97% of ratepayers in Cape Town will not experience the often repeated 20% plus increases in monthly bills. And virtually no one in Cape Town will experience the 30% increases on any reasonable household consumption scenario, let alone the fabled, often repeated 40% of a recent clickbait media report. In just 3% of cases of all households in the city, where this year's tariff reforms may still lead to an unusually steep increase of over 20%, these all relate to homes of high value with very low electricity and water usage well below the averages, likely due to large solar and borehole investments. Now, Speaker, these are exactly the customers who the city encourages to sell as much of their excess solar power that they can generate back to us in exchange for municipal bill credits and even cash once their bill reaches zero or goes beyond zero. So those homes could reduce their overall increases significantly or even pay no bill at all if they sold all of their excess electricity back to us. And we invite them to do so again. We also understand the additional impact of tariff reforms on ratepayers who own higher value properties in Eskom supplied areas. Citywide cleaning is not a new charge for over 70% of residents who live in city supply areas. We know that they have always been paying that fee as a part of their electricity bill. For decades, they've been funding cleaning and other services in the whole city, even though only 70% of the city has been paying for it. However, we do recognize that this is an entirely new charge for Eskom supply area residents, who in the past have been subsidized by other ratepayers. It is especially the case that these customers who we have kept in mind in developing the additional relief measures to soften the impact of the citywide cleaning charge. Speaker, one of the complaints or critiques that I've often received in the last couple of months is that we should not compare Cape Town and Joburg. I agree that the two cities are beyond comparison. But nevertheless, I think it is important for residents to have a firm grasp of the value for money that we are offering in Cape Town. Cape Town's infrastructure spend is larger than all three of the Gauteng metros combined. This budget includes major investments in policing and cleaning operations, electricity price relief, South Africa's widest social relief net for households, and still, Cape Town is able to do all of this and maintain South Africa's lowest monthly municipal bills of all South Africa's cities. This important finding is often dismissed by people who say, well, Cape Town has got much higher property values. But let me say this, a 1 million rand asset holds exactly the same value regardless of its location. The difference is that here in Cape Town, that 1 million rand asset, the municipal account will be the lowest in the country, and the asset is much more likely to grow in value here than anywhere else. Sure, of course it is true that one could probably buy a bigger property elsewhere for the same price. But your Cape Town asset is in a city that works, that invests to be even better, a city that invests to be even better in the future, and still you are paying less than everywhere else. Consider also that even when we have adjusted for a 25% higher property value, Cape Town's monthly bills still come out as the cheapest of all the metros, and cheaper than property in Joburg for all the way from 1 million rand all the way up to the upper range. And this picture will only improve today with the additional support and tariff reductions we're announcing here. So to sum it up, Speaker, while ratepayers pay more in other cities and get failing services and collapsing infrastructure in return, here in Cape Town they pay lower bills and get a functional, successful city in return. It is no accident that our budget title is the Invested in Hope budget. Now, with this fourth budget of this administration, we are well onto the path of raised infrastructure investment. We are also making the necessary reforms to ensure sustainable services for a growing city long into the future. And together with our ratepayers, who we most warmly thank for their contributions, we are truly on the path to building a city of hope for all. It is my pleasure to table these budget amendments for further public participation from today, the 28th of May, until the 13th of June. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillors, for the benefit of the vote recording, I want to go through the attendance. For the ANC, we have 34 councillors. For the DA, we have 118. For ARA, we have 2. The ACDP, 4. Aljamar, 3. The CCC, 7. Cape Exit, 2. CMC, 1. DI, 1. EFF, 7. Freedom Front Plus, 4. Good, 9. PA, 4. PAC, 1. UDM, 1. And that is all. We have 198 people present, councillors present. Councillor, are you talking specifically to the attendance register? Councillor, you may talk before we go to the vote.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. The request that was raised by the...
Okay, we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with the issue. I've read out that. We will get to the list on the top, but if you open your vision a little wider, we will see who's present. In the meantime, we're going to vote on the item. Recommendations for SPC 3.
25.
SPC 3, the recommendations on
Speaker,
page 6. Are we in favor of the recommendation?
Speaker, I
All right. Is there anyone against the recommendation on page 6?
Speaker, I rise on rule.
Thank you. Then that item is moved, and then we move to SPC 4, and that is the tabling of the proposed amendments, and that is for noting and public participation. Are we all in favor of that? Thank you. All right, this meeting is now adjourned, and we move over to the ordinary meeting. Thank you, councillors. So once again, welcome to everybody present and those that are in the connected via the YouTube link. Welcome. Thank you to the officials that helped to put the budget together. Thank you. We now call for another moment's silence. Can we be silent for a moment? Councillor, that includes you. We are having a moment's silence. We'll start again. Thank you. So if you can just again make sure that your cards are inserted correctly, and we will move on. Call on the mayoral address. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. Good morning once again. Goeiemorgen, molweni, molaikum, shalom. I'm speaking often today, Madam Speaker, so I'll keep it brief. I'd like to start by welcoming, as I always do, our new councillors. So this time we only have one new councillor, Councillor Mark Schwicker from the CCC. He is very welcome here in this council. Madam Speaker, as you know, we have several other items later on the agenda of today's council meeting, some very important, pertaining, as we've just dealt with, to the Metro's budget and others, and some, shall we say, more frivolous and performative, as I'm sure we will discover later. We have more than enough dedicated time to deal with those issues later on. And so I thought I would dedicate this opening address to a very special centenarian, whose 100th birthday this year is a cause for great celebration throughout South Africa, but especially to us here in Cape Town, Mostly when someone turns 100, people are quite surprised and impressed by that massive period of time, and the thought that someone's life could have been lived across such a vast span of history and events. You try to picture the world when they began their life, and you marvel at just how ancient and far away it all feels. You think of the world wars and the milestones of the 20th century. You think of the cars of that time and the fashion and the music and the technology, and how everything in the world has undergone such a big transformation over the course of one person's life. And it hardly seems real. But in the case of this particular centenarian, it feels the other way around. 100 years doesn't feel long enough to capture everything they have done and the huge contribution they have made to society. The reaction of most people upon hearing that it is their 100th birthday is normally along the lines of, I thought that they were much older. And technically they are, but it's officially 100 this year. I'm speaking, of course, ladies and gentlemen, of the language that is synonymous with our city, the broader region, and indeed of our province. Afrikaans, as an official language, is 100 years old this month. And I would like to pay brief tribute to her this morning. Collega's, die volle geskiedenis van die taal strek baie verder terug. Maar op die 8de Mei 1925 het Afrikaans 'n amptelike taal van Suid-Afrika geword. Met haar wortels in Hollands, in die Khoi dialekte van die 1600s, die Hugenote in die 1700s, en slawe uit Indonesië, Maleisië en Indië, Madagaskar en elders in Afrika, het hierdie taal die mees kleurvolle en wonderlike ontstaan gehad. So ver terug,
Relocate to USA.
so ver terug,
Councillors, please behave. Stop interjecting.
you can use the translation. Madam Speaker, so ver terug as die vroeë 1800s, het 'n volk in die Arabiese alfabet vir Maleis begin vervang in moslimskole hier in die Kaap. Die ou manuskripte van hierdie vroeë moslim Afrikaans bied 'n fascinerende insig in die taal se ontstaan. En hierdie tweede taal, wat vir baie mense in die Kaap 'n gemeene taal was, waarmee hulle kon kommunikeer met mense van reg oor die wêreld, wat hier kom vestig het mettertyd vir baie 'n eerste taal geword. Vandag is Afrikaans as eerste taal die derde grootste taal in die land, na Zulu en Xhosa, en selfs groter as Engels. Omtrent 6,5 miljoen van ons mede-Suid-Afrikaners, amper 11% van die land se bevolking, noem Afrikaans hulle eerste taal. Maar hier in die Wes-Kaap is dit veel hoër, amper 50% van mense. Dit is werklik 'n Kaapse taal, gebore hier in ons stad, en dit is so 'n groot deel van ons ryk geskiedenis en kultuur. Oor haar relatiewe kort bestaan, sou die wêreld se jongste nuwe taal ongelooflik hoogtes bereik, as 'n taal van die letterkunde en digkuns, 'n taal van musiek, 'n taal van die akademie. Wanneer jy dink aan die skrywe van legendes soos Antjie Krog, Breitenbach en Adam Small, as jy dink aan die musiek van mense soos David Kramer, Talib Peterson en die Brasse van die Kaap of Early B, as jy dink aan hoe die Afrikaans voelvry musiekbeweging van die laat 80s-jarige nie net 'n rock and roll revolusie was nie, maar ook 'n politieke en politiese revolusie. En hoe dit weer herhaal in 'n nuwe generasie van bands soos, verskoon my, Fokhof Polisiekar en die Heuwels Fantasties.
Councillors,
Madam Speaker,
councillors,
Mevrou
I'm offended by the translation.
there's no point of order. Continue, sir.
I think
Do you want
the
to repeat?
translation of that band is Go Away Police Car. As jy dink aan alles wat oor die jare in Afrikaans by ons universiteite en in uitstekende koerante soos die Burger vermag is, dan voel 'n 100 jaar veels te kort. Maar dit is as daaglikse gesprek taal vir miljoene Suid-Afrikaners in diverse gemeenskappe reg oor ons land, waar Afrikaans haar grootste merk gelaat het. Want daar is nie net een weergawe van Afrikaans nie. waar die taal ook al opgeëindig het, het mense dit 'n nuwe geur en palet gegee. En vandag is hierdie dialekte, aksente en woordeskatte van Afrikaans heeltemal uniek aan hulle gemeenskappe. Daar is die Afrikaans van die Karoo en die Afrikaans van die Namakoland. En jy was nog nooit so uitgevloek as van 'n Namakolander nie. En die Afrikaans van die Noord-Kaap en die Afrikaans selfs van Namibië. Die Afrikaans wat jy in Pretoria hoor, die Afrikaans van Graaf-Reinet en die Afrikaans van die Swartland met die lekker brei. En natuurlik is daar die Afrikaans van ons gemeenskappe hier in die Kaap, waar dit ontstaan het in ons eie stad. Die wonderlike Afrikaans van die Bo-Kaap, die Kaapse moslim dialek, gebore uit die oudste vermenging van tale en kulture hier in die moederstad en oorspronklik vasgevang in die Arabiese alfabet. En die weergawe wat daaruit gegroei het en vandag reg oor die Kaapse vlakte en baie ander dele van ons stad gepraat word, en meestal bloot as Kaaps of Afrikaaps bekend staan. Dit is die wye en wonderlike en diverse taal wat ons vandag vereer. Colleagues, I'm so grateful to the State Oorstefees and the wonderful series of documentaries that they have just screened on the history and diversity of Afrikaans. And I encourage you, if you haven't seen them, please take a moment to look them up on YouTube under the channel titled Die Stichting vir die Bemagtiging deur Afrikaans. There you will find the most fascinating journey into each of these unique Afrikaans communities and dialects, and learn things about the history of the language that I'm sure very few of us knew before. I thoroughly enjoyed watching these. It is from one of these documentary episodes, one simply entitled Kaaps, that I would a short clip this morning. It features a local writer and poet called Mrs. Diana Ferris, and it is such a beautiful representation of everything that makes Afrikaans our very own colorful and diverse national treasure. She recites a poem of hers called Afrikaans, a versoeningstaal. Afrikaans, a language of reconciliation. And I would like you to watch it now.
Afrikaans 'n versoeningstaal. Dit is, het hulle gesê, die
Councillors,
taal van die onderdrukker. Dit kom, het hulle gesê, uit die mond van Europa. Dit het hulle gesê, 'n enkele styl, net een vir kommunikeer. Maar uit die buik van Afrika kom sy, uit die monde van slawe, Europeërs en inheemse volke. Dans sy op die maat van oeroue gemaakte gitare, dra sy kostuums van vele kleure en sing sy in 1000 stemme. Nou, na die stormjare, dans sy nie meer so flink, maar sy omhels die skouers van haar susters en kus versoenend op elke wang. Aan die geveg oor identiteit het sy geen. In die Afrika Renaissance vind sy haar weg.
Colleagues, if ever there was a symbol of Cape Town's strength in diversity, it would be this. The language born here out of necessity to find a lingua franca in this melting pot of people and cultures, and which would then go on to be in itself the most astonishingly diverse and creative language, perhaps in all the world. Celebrating the official centenary of Afrikaans is a wonderful opportunity for us to look back even further than that and trace her roots to every corner of our city and surrounds. To fully appreciate what Afrikaans in all of its wonderful, colorful dialects and accents has come to mean over the centuries, to the most diverse melting pot in all of South Africa, this beautiful city of Cape Town. Hierdie is ons Kaapse taal, en selfs 'n Soutie, soos ek, weet dit. En terwyl ek nog soms bietjie sukkel om die taal vinnig en vlot te praat, is ek lief vir Afrikaans en ek is so dankbaar dat ek in 'n stad woon waar hierdie mooiste taal deur alles verweef is. Baie geluk met jou groot mylpaal verjaarsdag Afrikaans. Mag die Here jou seën en nog baie jare spaar. Baie dankie.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, before we go to questions, I want to remind the House, in terms of Rule 30.1, that members may not engage in disorderly conduct in the Chamber of and Council's meetings, including creating disorder or disrupting the Council. I call on the whips from the Good Party and the CCC to please control your members. And in the meantime, I'm naming the following people for the first time. Councillor Dambuza, Councillor Gadeni, Councillor Satarin, Councillor Bengi, Councillor Little, Councillor Palm, Councillor Mpengizi, Councillor David, Councillor Newman, and Councillor Mosby. Please speak to your members so that we have an orderly meeting. Thank you very much. We move on now to questions, and the first question is from Councillor Haynes.
Speaker,
We are not doing points of order. We are discussing the mayoral address. Thank
there's no
you.
point of order on the
Let's
mayor.
open
Thank
it up
you,
to council
Councillor
from-
Point of
Haynes.
order on you. I'm rising on a point. So it is not.
Councillor, I'm chairing the meeting. We are in a process and you are not speaking now. Councillor
You have
Haynes,
made a ruling
cut his mic.
because we've been sitting here. When we're laughing on things that are being said, like everyone,
Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
Clarity, Speaker.
Thank you very
I rise on 25.
There's
On-
no
I rise
clarity
on
now.
25.
We're in the process of,
Can't be when you have made a ruling that is
the ruling is not incorrect. That you have, you can,
what?
well, I think maybe you should watch the YouTube channel because
Well,
you have been
they-
interjecting. You have been interjecting and
The
passing
YouTube channel,
comments. Councillor Dambuza, thank you very much.
YouTube channel only record-
Councillor Haynes, please continue.
I'm listening to you, ma'am.
to the mic. So the example,
Thank you, Speaker.
it can't be used.
I think also, Speaker, that naming councillors for laughing, if it is in the, if it is.
Why are you naming me? Why are you naming
Councillor, because Councillor, calm down because you will have a heart attack.
No, don't worry about issues of heart attack. Don't worry about issues of heart attack.
Councillor,
The GA is the one that
okay. Must I explain it slowly? Because they were also talking through the mayoral address. The others were doing more than that. All right? All right. Thank you. Thank you. I will take note of that. And I will check the YouTube. Thank you.
when you
Councillor, I didn't reject you. Don't be a victim. Thank you very much. We are going to move on. You can laugh quietly. Thank you very much. Your prayer is noted.
you can't.
Thank you.
Speaker, Speaker,
Thank you.
Speaker, you were laughing quietly. You are too.
Naming us unnecessary.
Do you realize that your voters are what?
Speaker,
All right. All right. Okay, we are going to move on.
On anything up until you
Speaker.
All right. Thank you. We're going to do the questions to the mayor and then we will adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you, Councillor
Speaker,
Haynes.
Speaker,
We'll do the questions first and then you can
Speaker.
have a caucus. Thank you.
Speaker, can you please?
Thank you very much.
Speaker,
Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Tandela, we'll have a 10-minute caucus after. Thank you.
We can't move from this one. Can you?
You're not going to lose. There's no winners and there's no losers.
Speaker, you're not.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
We are not going to allow you to.
Would you like
Please
to have
recognize
your
me.
caucus now?
Please recognize. Please recognize.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please recognize this.
You know, councillors, I could throw you out or I could let the public see how you behave.
Madam Speaker, you must
Councillor, all right. Councillor Haynes, let's do the questions and then they can have we can have
Speaker.
speak.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Tandela,
Speaker.
please keep quiet.
Recognize me.
Please keep quiet.
Recognize.
I am not going to deal with your
are dealing with you.
continuous interruptions.
We are dealing with you.
Thank you.
We are dealing with. Just recognize. That's all we're looking for.
I recognize you, I see you, but we dealt with the issue.
I need to speak. I need.
With questions to the mayor.
I need to. Yes, sir. Speaker. Speaker.
Councillors,
Speaker.
we are moving on.
Recognize me. I'm raising.
What is your point of order?
Are you now going to recognize me?
What is your point of order?
Thank you very much. Speaker. Relax.
What is the point of order?
Relax, Speaker. Talk more. Yes, tell a man if you've got a big to torture. Speaker. Speaker, you have gone through. You are doing your bullying tendency.
You're doing a corner. Please don't put your finger there.
You said we are going to get heart attacks here. Relax. Speaker, you have named the councillors of the EFF here, accusing them of making a noise or whatever the accusation is. Please withdraw that because there is no councillor of the EFF that has made any noise. Because the reason why I'm saying withdraw, you are going to say it's a certain time that they have made a noise or whatever allegation that you'll be doing, and then you'll be forcing them out of this meeting. Please withdraw because they.
Here's my ruling.
Withdraw.
Councillor,
You must withdraw.
Councillor, I'm speaking. I will look at the video and I will let you know after the adjournment. Thank you. In the meantime, we're moving on. Councillor Haynes.
We're not moving on up until you withdraw, Speaker. We're not moving, Speaker.
So then I'm going to ask that you leave the house.
Oh, Speaker, we doesn't have to get to that, Speaker.
It's fine.
Guys,
You can bring your passport. I'm not leaving.
Councillor De Boozer and Councillor Tandela, if you don't keep quiet and sit down,
You are not going to
I'm going to have you removed.
Daddy.
I'm going to have you removed. What's your point of order? What's your point of order? Rule 30.1.
Madam Speaker. Rule 24.3.
Councillor, this is a council chamber. This is not a classroom.
Madam Speaker, for the sake of
progress and the way forward. Can you please assist us? Councillor Tabuza, please, for the sake of progress, Madam Speaker, can you please withdraw the naming of no, wait. No. Madam Speaker, the reason
No,
why
I will not do that.
No, Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm asking, the reason why, wait, the reason why I'm asking this, Madam Speaker, is because, you know, we have never fought for. Come on, the reason why I'm asking, Madam Speaker, is because when the mayor was addressing, there were times where councillors of the TA were laughing. And you are saying you're naming them because they were laughing. Can you
No, it wasn't because they were laughing. They were disruptive. Lots of people were laughing. Disrupted. Mr. Mayor, would you care to hold your questions till after we give them an adjournment to try and solve their problems? Okay, can Councillor Haynes, opposition parties.
They are still mourning. They are still mourning.
Councillors, please take your seats. The 10-minute adjournment is over. And we now come to questions to the mayor. Councillors? Councillors, we're going to continue. Councillors, please take your seats. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if you can come up and we'll start with the first question from Councillor Douale. Al-Jamal. Del Y. Councillor, you may proceed when you're ready. And if the other councillors will please be quiet, including you, Councillor Popham.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Mayor, I would like to address your statements on the Afrikaans language and acknowledging the 100 years of its existence. We all know that Afrikaans is approximately 300 years old, more than the 100 years. And that it is the colonial government that announced it to be an official language in 1925. So my question to you is, Mr. Mayor, why are you legitimizing the colonial government by acknowledging this 100 years and not giving emphasis to the fact that that's more than 100 years? That's my question.
Thanks, Councillor. I want to find the relevant section, which I'm not sure that you listened to.
It was in Afrikaans.
It was. Die volle geskiedenis van die taal strek baie verder terug. Met haar wortels in Hollands, die Khoi dialekte van die 1600s, die Huguenote van die 1700s, slawe uit Indonesië, Maleisië, Indië en Madagaskar en elders in Afrika, het die taal die mees kleurvolle en diverse ontstaan gehad. So ver terug as die vroeë 1800s het 'n vorm van Afrikaans geskryf in die Arabiese alfabet vir Maleis begin vervang in moslimskole hier in die Kaap. Die ou manuskripte van hierdie vroeë moslim Afrikaans bied 'n fascinerende insig in die taal se ontstaan. So, Councillor, I apologize for my sometimes humorous pronunciation. As I said at the end, ek is maar net 'n soutie. But I hope that my pronunciation was not so bad that you could not understand. I think I acknowledged exactly what you have said in your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davids. Is she there? No. Moving on, Councillor Miller.
Speaker, the works of our organization isn't here. How can the meeting?
It doesn't matter. We have 10 minutes. We carry on, Councillor Miller.
Speaker, how can it not matter when a workshop?
Councillor, the adjournment was 10 minutes. You will learn how the process works, but in the meantime, we carry on. Councillor Miller.
Speaker.
Thank you. Who's next?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker.
Mr. Miller.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Dear Mr. Mayor, charity starts at home. You said just now that you actually wanted a bigger budget. Well, I've got good news for you. You can have a bigger budget if you want it, but only if you choose to punish the ANC and not Cape Town taxpayers. Almost 20 years ago, I first pleaded with your party.
Why do you include the ANC in this thing?
Councillor Gadeni, I'm naming you for the first time. Second time.
No, Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Miller, you may continue.
Thank you,
And if you
Speaker.
listen, then you might get to the reason.
Okay, almost 20 years ago, I first pleaded with your party, the Democratic Alliance, both here in the city of Cape Town, as well as on a national and provincial level, to object against the Division of Revenue Act. Back then in 2009, the city of Cape Town, accounting for 10% of national GDP, was paying approximately 74 billion rand and getting back from national government in our municipal allocation direct access to a mere 0.7 billion rand.
No.
Almost 2 decades later, nothing has changed. Today, in 2025, the city of Cape Town pays 232 billion rand to National Treasury. We get back a mere 4.7 billion rand in our municipal allocation. This is absolutely absurd. If the DA decided to challenge the national government, which it is now a part of, to keep more of the revenue we generate here in Cape Town and the Western Cape, you would have been able to table a budget today that not only doesn't raise rates and taxes, but actually provides a reduction in rates and taxes, and at the same time increases the budget.
Yeah.
It appears that the DA would rather using the people of Cape Town and the Cape as cows to be milked to feed itself and its communist allies, the ANC, if it was not clear before that the DA equals ANC light, it is certainly clear now.
Thank you.
Then to you, and the DA is then once again,
Councillor.
when will you say no to the national government's Division of
Thank you.
Revenue Act and demand that more of Cape Town's taxes stay in Cape Town? Thank you.
Mr. Miller, as often is the case, you have a very sensible and rational analysis, and then it kind of goes wrong towards the end. So let me just try and unpack this a little bit. I really agree with you on the very unfair deal that Cape Town gets out of the national fiscus. We do, in fact, the numbers that you quote are quite staggering and are, to my knowledge, correct. 230 billion paid in taxes from Cape Town to the national fiscus. 4.7 billion in return. That's certainly not a fair deal. But let me say this. And also, sorry, let me just wholeheartedly agree with your criticism of the ANC. I'm busy reading this fascinating book, actually, called Legacy of Ashes. It's by an author called Tim Weiner. It's a history of the CIA. Obviously, as the title suggests, it's a very critical history of the CIA. And its legacy of interventionism around the world. But I keep thinking to myself that Legacy of Ashes is actually a great description for the ANC's legacy in South Africa, because it has taken our country right to the brink of financial, economic, social catastrophe. And unfortunately, the voters delivered a necessity for a coalition government. It would have been much better to have a standalone a majority DA government, but that is not what the outcome of the election was. And so we have tried to put together a partnership government, a government of national unity, in order to avert a much worse outcome, a much worse outcome that was on display in that hour of horror in the White House last week on the screen. So that is what we're trying to all avoid, and I'm sure that as a South African, you want to avoid that too. So let me just say about the division of revenue. This is where your analysis, unfortunately, goes a bit wonky. Of course, I'm tempted to challenge the division of revenue because I've made all these points publicly. It's based on very outdated population numbers. It's still not using the 2021 census. It doesn't take account of the number of poor people who have moved to Cape Town and require free services. So we are massively underpaid, under-allocated in the division of revenue. However, when the division of revenue in the Constitution was written, there was a central error, a flaw in the system, in that the assumption was made that this would be a growing and prosperous economy. So the pool with which to allocate, the pool from which to divide up for all of these cities and provinces would be constantly growing. In that way, you could allocate Cape Town and Johannesburg more because we are the two cities that get the most hard done by. The data shows that Cape Town and Johannesburg should get much larger shares of the national fiscus. You could, if you had a growing pie, a growing economy, you could allocate more to Cape Town and Johannesburg and not take away from anywhere else. But if the size of the pie constantly remains the same, or as we have in South Africa, it actually shrinks over time because we have a failing national economy, then in order for us to get an additional allocation to reflect our population and the number of poor people living in our city, we have to take from the Eastern Cape and Gqeberha and East London in particular. So what would happen if Cape Town were to get a bigger allocation is you would see a large drop in equitable share to Port Elizabeth and East London, Buffalo City and Gqeberha. Now, you must ask yourself, is that fair? In one sense, of course, if you are running a failing city and a failing province, then you must suffer the consequences. You must lose the money. But we have to think of the actual people who live there that rely on that money for basic services, for essential schools, for teachers, for clinics, for nurses, for water, for sanitation, for everything. Now, if you start to take away those allocations and reallocate them elsewhere, that has a very real human impact. Which is why, to go back to the deal that you much malign, and I understand the kind of emotional sentiment behind that maligning, but the whole purpose of us entering government is to try to make sure that our economy grows, so that we can get the pie to be bigger for everyone, so that we can see all of these allocations fixed over time and get more and more people out of poverty and into work. So we have said to the National Treasury that we can show, the data can show that we are very significantly hard done by and under allocated, and we can't accept that forever. But we also accept, putting ourselves in their shoes, that you can't further cripple a province and cities that are already on their knees to upweight our allocation without some other solution. You have to have more revenue flowing into the national pot through a growing economy. And that is precisely why we are in government, to try and make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Mr. Mayor,
yes,
you very proudly took us back to the history of Afrikaans, celebrating the birthday of Afrikaans. And you also, I almost want to say abruptly, took us back to an era where your forebears have very much oppressed our forebears. So, but thank you for celebrating the Afrikaans as a land. To mention that in that, you are actually reminding where we don't want to go back to. You can sing them, Madam Speaker, you must also name the howlers that side now.
Councillors, please. Respect the Speaker.
Mr. Mayor, in your budget and in your speech, you continue to refer to good services to the residents of the city of Cape Town. And you proudly, for the last few months, spoke about a size of a budget going to safety and security for law enforcement to be deployed to the various wards and to assist. On 27 March 2024, I tabled a motion in this council, which was referred to the Portfolio Committee of Energy, which was then referred to the sub-council, chaired by Councillor Lightburn, my former comrade, requesting that the houses that was built in Witsun in 2028. In 2008. And in 2018, the residents then had a protest. But the request was for an intervention on your part For
Councillor,
street
you need
lights,
to conclude, so
I
try
am
and wrap
going
it
to
up.
conclude, Madam Speaker. For street lights, I told you I don't need a shop steward. For street lights, to those former houses that was built to those people, to please be completed and delivered to them in the lack of a better word. It is a year and 2 months, 3 months later. We are still not near to the request that was made through a motion to in this council and referred to the different spheres in this. Can you please, in the interest of also having those residents feeling part of the city of Cape Town and safe, ensure that we have movement on that? Thank you very much.
Certainly. Tell me, is the request being processed through the system? I'm unaware of it.
The request after the motion was tabled here, it was referred to the portfolio committee. I attended the portfolio committee. It was referred to the sub-council. It is in the process.
Okay.
My
You
last
just want to
report
speed it
from
up.
the chairperson of that sub-council is that the official responsible is not responsive. It is now referred to you.
To me. Okay. Well, I wonder if Mr. Lightburn wants to say a word on that. I'm not aware, but I'm very, very happy to help you ensure that those residents get streetlights. They certainly should have them. Where's Mr. Lightburn?
Thank you, Mayor. I think what happened is that we have an engagement settled with Energy as well as with the Human Settlement Department led by MMC Popam in terms of to ensure that we install those spotlights, because the request is for spotlights.
Oh, it's for high mast lighting.
High mast, yeah, high mast light. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is anyone else that wants to add to that request? Well, if it does run into any roadblocks, please let me know, and I'll be very happy to help remove them.
Thank you, Councillor Davids.
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Mayor, I've asked before and I'll ask again. Who are the political appointments in your office? It's becoming a trend. Councillors resign and shortly after, they show up in the office.
Councillors.
Yet the public gets no answers. What are they earning? How long are their contracts? What processes was followed to appoint them? Residents have the right to know where the money is going. This isn't your personal payroll. It's a taxpayer fund.
Thank you. Is that concluded?
Not done yet.
Okay.
What are their roles and responsibilities? What have they done for the city besides accompanying you on walkabouts and photo ops? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davids. So the way that it works is that political appointments in any politician's office in government in South Africa are attached to the term of office of that person. So they have a fixed 5-year contract, and once the term of office is up, their contract is up. And if that person is reappointed after an election, obviously, then that person, that office holder, that member of the executive, can choose whether they want to retain them or not. So that's how they're appointed and how long they are appointed. Most of the political appointments in my office help me with service delivery complaints, because I receive hundreds and hundreds of them every day. And so I farm them out to the team in my office who often go and see residents, go and help councillors. Many of them have helped councillors in this room to resolve certain challenges and feed back to residents and make sure that they are getting the service that they require. So all of them are involved in that team. We call it the stakeholder management team. That is under the management of Mushfika. I'm sure you've met Mushi in my office, a wonderful person, also a political appointment. Let me say that I have not created any new vacancies to appoint any person in my office. We are still, in fact, have lots of vacancies in my office, so I have not yet filled the what do you call it, the organogram that is available and established in the city for those staff. Not that I intend to. Most of them will just remain vacant. But if there are people who I think have the talent, have the hard work, the drive to make a positive contribution, then those vacancies are available to them. I also don't decide on their salaries. Their salaries are decided on by the city and are part of the city staff establishment and are not decided or influenced by me in any way. And then I will say that, all the time, Councillor Davids, I get requests to come and work in my office. Sometimes those requests come from opposition councillors. and they are still, I must say, flowing in thick and fast. I will, of course,
There's no point of order to a mayoral address.
I will, of course, not betray any confidences. I will, of course, not betray any confidences. But let me say that I have to very, very commonly and consistently, unfortunately, decline those requests, because I don't actually want to fill up all the vacancies in my office. I think we have a
Councillor Bengi, I'm
staff
naming you
team
for the
that's-
second time.
we have a staff team that's now of sufficient size. But I will just say this to you, Councillor Davids. There was a certain party member, a certain party leader who was a councillor in this chamber, who then left at the last election to go and be a member of parliament. He, before he left this place, was in very serious discussions with me to come and work in my office. You won't believe it. Now I'm afraid that you can deny that, of course, and I know that you will, but I never ever do a meeting. I never ever do a meeting without a witness. And so all of those meetings, there were other people in the room who will testify to the fact that we were in very, very serious discussions about said leader, who will remain nameless, but you can draw your own conclusions. I know you'll, who will remain nameless, but he was in very serious discussions with us to ditch his party and come and work in my office. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor, Mr. Mayor, the last question is Councillor Julie Mukanazi.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I just want to draw your attention to Mr. Miller. He seems to be raising his hand.
So, Mr. Miller, we don't do questions to the mayor.
No, that's fine. I just wanted a point of clarity.
Yes. Point of clarity?
Okay, well, so I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for your sincere and honest response.
Is it about the answer to your question?
It's a point of clarity, yes.
Okay, but we're not getting into a debate.
No, not at all.
All right.
Okay, so I just want to confirm that once again, I appreciate the honesty of that answer, and say that so the DA policy, or at least that you would rather make sure that the people in Buffalo City and in the Eastern Cape gain the social benefits that they get to over and above the taxpayers of Cape Town.
So
let me clarify that for you.
Can I just say that we don't debate questions. You can submit another question, and perhaps it would be appropriate to do that. We're not going to get into a debate on this item.
I just wanted clarity.
Okay.
Because that's what he said. I wanted to make sure I heard right.
Okay.
So should I answer?
So the answer is yes or no?
No, Madam Speaker, I can't. No, that's a complex
But we
question.
don't
And
want to go into a debate because
I don't want to go into debate, but I know I know how he's trying to twist my words, and I must correct that. So, Mr. Miller, let me make clear that I feel a basic human responsibility to all the citizens of South Africa. We are trying to make Cape Town successful, not so that we can make Cape Town an island unto itself. I know that that's what Cape Exit would like, but so that we can contribute positively to South Africa's success. We want everyone to thrive and succeed. So I refuse to accept this binary us or them. South Africa, Cape Town must thrive at the expense of the residents of East London or Gqeberha. That is not our view. That might be your view, sir, but we disagree with it respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, no more clarity. Councillor Julie McKinley, your question.
I just want to see
My question is, what is the mayor's message to the councillors who were told that the vote for budget is a vote against the people of the city of Cape Town? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor. I've seen that.
Councillors.
I've seen that message going around, and of course, when political parties try to sell a message out there in the public, they do so regardless of the facts and the truth. And I've seen a lot of that. So, for example, this morning, there is a piece in the paper this morning from Mr. Faiz Jacobs, which tries to make the argument that this budget is somehow anti-poor, when in fact the huge majority of the feedback from the public in this budget has been that it is too hard on the upper middle class and too protective of the, if I may say so, if I may summarize, paraphrase that criticism, that it's too protective of the poor. So you know, sometimes it's hard to marry reality with what political parties go out there and say, and that's to be expected. We understand that political parties that have got no integrity or no respect for basic truth, that they will go and spin their argument regardless of what the budget actually says. But let me just remind you that the budget actually is designed to protect the poorest families and those families living in lower value homes in our city. And it does that in a number of ways. I won't go through all of them, but the lion's share of our infrastructure is going into poorer communities. We are doing away with the pipe levy, which is probably the single biggest, most common piece of feedback and criticism that I've received from poorer communities in Cape Town since I became the mayor, was get rid of the pipe levy. We are getting rid of the pipe levy, and we are replacing it with the safety investments that we are making are obviously going to benefit every community, but benefits poor communities in particular, where crime levels are higher. And so I can go on. The electricity amendments that we are making, which allows poorer consumers on the Lifeline tariff and the elderly, it must, very importantly, the elderly also qualify for Lifeline tariff. It allows them to buy many more units, right up to 600 units at the old price, which means that over the last 3 years, there's been no price increase for people on the Lifeline tariff effectively. And I could go on and on. So all of those things are designed to benefit households, families living in lower value properties and poorer communities in the city. And we've found a way to protect that and continue that protection while still bringing tariffs down significantly for those in the middle class, those properties roughly 3 to 7 million, because we took the criticism and heard the criticism that just because you have lived in your home and that home has grown in value because we have a working city, doesn't mean that you have got the monthly finances necessarily to to be cash flush. We have taken that criticism and made the amendments necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That moves us to section 3, which is applications for leave of absence. Councillor Haynes.
May I, with your indulgence, before we go to
Report.
to that thing, I would want to just refer to Rule 11.2 in terms of the questions to the mayor. Just remind you that we have set a precedent today. The rule is very clear that each councillor have one question. So I just want to remind you, should it happen again, you must not fight with us.
Okay, I also want to point to the rules of order, which says every councillor should have 1 minute. And not wanting to throw stones, I was a little bit indulgent with that too. So, it's a bit of give and take. But your point is taken. Thank you. We move on, Chief Whip, to the applications for leave of absence.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. As per the first meeting, apologies are the same. With the exception of Councillor Bungiza Maga, I submitted an apology for him, but he has arrived for the second meeting. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Councillors, are there other leaves of absence? Councillor Haynes?
Just to add that Councillor Tuka has arrived.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tandela?
Councillor Stearman has also arrived.
Thank you. Any others? All right. We move on then to announcements by the Speaker. So, councillors, thank you to those of you that have completed your declarations of interest. However, after repeated reminders, there are still some which are outstanding. So, the end of this month is the final date for those. I will come to you, Councillor, as soon as I finish here. And those councillors that have not completed their declarations of interest will be referred to the disciplinary committee. because in terms of Schedule 7 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Amendment Act, the declarations of interest, councillors are obliged to declare their financial interest by the end of the financial year. So if you need help, we will help you, but please don't miss the deadline. Councillor Mlukongwana.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the opposition parties that went out to caucus and report back on what the resolutions were of that particular caucus. I want to remind you, Speaker, in this House, that the old man that led us into this democratic dispensation, Dr. Nelson Mandela, told South Africans that in order for us to achieve growth and peace in the country, we need to be tolerant of each other. I think we have shown that, Speaker, now in the question session that just finished now, by allowing Councillor Miller to ask a question of clarity, which you have not done before. It is on that vein, therefore, that the caucus mandated me to request you that we be tolerant of each other. There is nobody in this House who can claim to be 100% honest and innocent. And therefore the caucus resolved that we request you, as to whoever, whether which side of the House you have named prior the address of the mayor, you clean that slate and start on a clean slate so that we can proceed peacefully and finish the business of the day so that the people of Cape Town can receive the services they so require from us as their leaders and representatives in this House. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller.
I just wanted to say that there's a difference between respectfully placing your hand up and asking to speak as opposed to just making a racket for half an hour.
Councillor Cupido. So just when I was about to, in the spirit of reconciliation, give those that are named the first, in which give any more trouble, we will let it go. But I need to now name Councillor Cupido for the second time. Oh, it's the first time for you. Okay. All right. Please take note and let's move on, and thank you for that, Councillor. So there are no here, and so we move on to the confirmation of the minutes. Councillor Steenberg.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to rectify item C4, the adjustment budget on page 23. The PA voted against that. We for it. So I just want to correct that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. We will do that correction. Any other corrections to the minutes? Can we sign them off and approve them? Yes, seconded. Thank you, Councillor Haynes.
Sorry, Speaker, I was trying to get to the page, but there in the attendance register, Councillor Stevens next to me is recorded as present and absent, and she indeed was present. She requested, but she did not leave. Okay. And Councillor Pakadi is also captured.
So he's sitting on the fence, sometimes in and sometimes out.
It's
we will correct the minute. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So, councillors, before we move on to the remainder of the agenda, the whips have agreed to the following items. In volume 2A, item 4, 12 through to 16, 18, 19, and 21. In volume 2B, items 23, 24, 26 through to 29, items 32 and 34. In volumes 2C, items 35 and 37. In volume 3A, items 39 and 41, through to 47. In volume 3B, items 48 through to 56, 58 and 59. In volume 4, the items for noting and items 63 and 65 are agreed, but if there are any items that any parties that wish to add a comment to the above, they must please indicate. Thank you. Then we are presently, it's gone up to 200. We're 200 councillors in the chamber, and we will show that shortly. Thank you. So we move on to the remaining items on the agenda. Volume 2A, item 5. Councillor Dambuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Before we proceed, Speaker, you show us in the screen the numbers that you are indicating on. Because previously when you did that, you did 237 participants. And we are not getting proper clarity as to what is that then entailing. If we then can be put to confidence as to what are the numbers of 266, bearing in mind that the house in full capacity is 231. Thank you.
So, Councillor, we were, as you know, we have a new system. We're trying to work our way through it, but there are currently 201 councillors in the chamber, and I will read them out so you can check with yourselves. ANC 35, DA 119, ARA 2, ACDP 4, AIC none, Al-Jamar 3, CCC 7, Cape Exit 2, CMC 1, DI 1, EFF 8, Freedom Front Plus 4, Good 9, PA 4, PAC 1, UDM 1, and the UIM is absent. So that's 201. Councillor?
May we then, Speaker, when the team is able to flight the numbers that you are indicating, we are able to then come back to those numbers based on, in the programming meeting, it was you reading us the numbers. We have no trust in you reading us the numbers.
Well, thank you for that.
The system must be able, you see now, there's no one who's going to be named. And even your partner next to you is only looking at me, not looking at the
In
people.
the spirit of reconciliation, I said we would try and get the figures on the
now
board.
we are being,
We are going to try and get the figures on the board.
when the moment we
accurately.
have them, Speaker, if they are not in the same situation with the ones that you are indicating, we must be able to come back to them.
I'll tell you what we'll do as well in the meantime is we'll photograph this and send it out on the whips notice. Thank you. So we move on to the item 5, and the first speaker there is Councillor Davids.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, officials and members of the public. The Good Party calls on the City of Cape Town to carefully consider the risks associated with the approval or awarding of contracts which will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle. In today's agenda, we have 3 items, including this one, which deals with this. We have also previously had these kinds of items in the past. The Good Party is not an enemy of progress, nor do we reject the concept of long-term future planning. We are simply of the view that these type of contracts are ticking time bombs when it comes to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. These type of contracts are attached to a higher level of scrutiny and compliance standards as set out in section 33 of the MFMA. In summary, it calls for proper public participation and assessment of the risk, solicitations to and recommendation from the national and provincial treasury and also the relevant department if the contract deals with water, sanitation or electricity. Our view further relates to fiscal responsibility, accountability and compliance, the Constitution and other applicable legislation. As indicated above, the MFMA calls for adequate public participation. How can we ensure this if the city does not have a clear, concise public participation policy to guide the process? This item the item also does not contain any letters containing the views from national and provincial treasury. It only contains a request from the city. Why then should we prematurely approve these items without having sight of of the feedback or views from National Treasury and Provincial Treasury. Responsible financial management is not only a good corporate principle, it is mandated by the Constitution. Section 215 of the Constitution dictates that all budgets and financial management at any level of government must give rise to constitutional values such as transparency and accountability to ensure effective financial management, and that public funds are used in accordance with the law. These kinds of contracts place a future financial obligation on the residents of the without having sight of the public comments. Doubt is placed on whether the residents actually agree to a potential future financial obligation. The residents of the city of Cape Town have a right to know how their money is being spent. It furthermore curtails future councils from exercising oversight or making other budgetary decisions which could hamper service delivery in the future. Should proper compliance with Section 33 of the MFA not take place with this kind of contract, it is bound to end up with impact and a task team meeting which is not accessible to the public, which could lead to future reputational damage. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Maswi.
Madam Speaker, the item before us seeks approval of council in terms of Section 33 of FMA 56 of 2003 for conclusion of contract for a period in excess of 3 years. Speaker, EFF caucus in the city of Cape Town reject this item based on the following. There are reports that are missing in the report as indicated in the agenda. The EFF is an anti-tender system. Section 217 of Constitution requires state organs to produce goods and service in a manner that both equitable and cost-effective. The current procurement regulation in the city of Cape Town is neither cost-effective nor equitable. Madam Speaker, the abolishment of tenders will reduce corruption, empower municipality instead of relying on private companies via tender systems that are always exceeding the duration. Tenders leads to inefficiency, uneven access to resources, as private companies are often prioritized over the public. This is the only approach that will enhance the transparency and accountability here in the city of Cape Town, where we have cases of corruption one after the other, as well as the pile of cases that are sitting with MPEG. I am talking about the cases of fruitless expenditure, unrecoverable, and later on will be written off, if not just vanish on the thin air. EFF notes with very high concern of these tenders that are mostly for white people camouflaging with black faces to BBEE compliance, and your strategy for these white-owned to appeal. EFF want to register. We see and we reject this approach of the city of Cape Town-led government that is similar to the GNU government delegation to Washington, where they had a white delegation shame for it to appeal to Trump. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Majuza.
Thanks a lot, Speaker. I'm a bit traumatized about the mayor's earlier speech about guns, you know, because of the history and because history bears no.
Councillor, speak to the point.
I'm speaking. I'm going there. Please don't waste my time. I'm expressing myself. I'm expressing myself. Speaker, first of all, Section 33 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which interprets the statute that guides the processes to be taken in engaging in fact, FD contract speaks about the importance of public participation in commentary from both national and provincial treasuries. Further be harnessed in terms of Section 116 of the MFMA. However, the Act is silent on the promulgated business on us to engage in such contracts. In essence, substantiating the need for these financially risky contractual arrangements that amount to 74,771 and 41 rand 0 cents. So is item 6, which goes up to a staggering figure of 183,50,699 at all of the three items. They would like to shift the argument from the long run cry of following the due process set by the above mentioned legislative provision, which is Section 33, but bring close the argument to our fiduciary duty of being responsible for the city's fiscal and deliverance services to our residents at the right time, right place and right quality. Because that we have realized that some of these statute guidelines have nothing with the administration, but just a piece of significance, provisions, and a proxy of a ticket box exercise. Further, Speaker, I would like to believe that the table recommendation is to convince this entire council to approve these contracts biologically. How do you convince? I'm sorry for that. How do you convince someone, particularly in the state sector, making example of the court of law, you bring about premise argument in terms supported with tangible evidence and facts. Enough of my free lecture. Let us go to the frivolous recommendation set out on page 46 for item 5 and on page 191 for item 6, which the teasing recommendation is the one we're always blindfolded with, that speaks to financial benefits to us as a municipality. Whilst in contrast, when looking on page 49, nothing looks like financially benefiting to the municipality, as this proposed contract has a fixed 5 to 6% increase annually for the next 6 years from its initial budget cost as far as the projected budget is concerned. Furthermore, Speaker, the referred to section 6.4 of the supply chain management policy, which further gives guidelines of this process, is fully silent on the questions at hand, which are informed by both section 1.5 and section 1.6 of the supply chain management policy, which speaks to the much emphasized ethical standards of an inclusive participation process, which the administration continuously limits the process to develop and keep others with impunity. And further undermines section 34 and section 38, which both speaks to the demand management systems and major activities in the supply chain management policy respectively. Now let us go back to page 50. Shane Dawes, you are really desperate in trying to justify why this deviation is seemingly more exceptional to professional services and corporate services, which you know yourselves at times cannot be overtly detected of whether you are indeed serving the objectives of this municipality, or even taking place, in fact, or even there was a need for them or not from the first place, or just another ticket box oriented exercise. In fact, I think council should put a motion on investigating or vetting of these darling contractors, and that they meet the desired outcome guidelines of the SDM policy. The above is premised by the lack of application of these supply management policy deviation processes when it comes to directorates that are directly affecting the image and duties of the city, such as human settlements, urban waste management, and water and sanitation review. As these directorates have recently experienced and are still experiencing delays on their projects, whom have run off their schedules because of procurement processes, but none of these hasty, reckless financial contracts are recommended to these directorates. While these directorates are at the core base of our fiduciary duty as discussed. In closing, Speaker, as much as the administration is here to convince us as council to approve these unethical contracts, further supported with these plagiarized recommendations stated on page 56, 199, 191, and 341 respectively, please, I humbly request anyone who is going to defend this proposal not to recite the report that is already in front of us, but to take us into confidence by replying to our shared concerns. Anything less than that, as the ANC, we don't agree with this bad kind of proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Singh.
And then that structure happened. I would like to encourage our opposition parties to take their job seriously, because our country actually needs a proper opposition. I listened to all of you, and almost none of you made any points worth actually listening to. And now you expect me to sit here and to listen to that trouble and to respond to it. I'll start with the last speaker. You speak of financial management. If you know anything about corporate services, you will know that we are one of the best directorates when it comes to spending our money and also doing so properly. If you knew anything about corporate services, we are going to be leading, especially in this financial year, with our spend. And we spend a lot of time looking carefully at every contract. That corporate services portfolio committee checks on every contract, when it starts, when it expires, when there's going to be lag. We know about it. When it comes to these type of contracts, the suggestion was made there was no public participation. This item is such a short item. I want people to understand that our opposition cannot read short items for proper meaning, because that is evident with the input that has been made in this chambers today. When it comes to you'll see the item tells you we follow the proper processes, we put it in the newspapers, we've gone to Treasury. We did not receive any feedback from the community even though we have done the proper public participation process. So even if you want to say it, you can say it 1,000,000 times. That is your opinion. It does not make it a fact. So, Madam Speaker, instead of responding to these conspiracy theories, I'm going to ask that we go directly to the recommendations of this item and approve it as is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendations are on page 46. Those in favour of the recommendation. What's your point of clarity?
I think a very important item. I just want to take the letter speaker to page 50 of the recommendations. It speaks about financial benefits for us in the city. And I've referred to page 50 where these contracts are annually escalating to 5 to 6%. That's the question that I wanted to convince me.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, but we're voting, no, we're going to vote on the recommendation on page 46. The recommendation is on page 46. Those in favour? Thank you. So we move then on to item 6, but before I do so, Councillor Haynes.
Just to reiterate, the ANC is not supporting it.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Yes, you're correct. So those are against the items. We have the EFF, we have the CCC, PA, ARA, good is against, no conditions?
No, abstaining, Speaker.
Abstaining, okay, and the CCC, are you trying to be against? You're against, okay. So have I missed anybody that's against the item? All right, so not to in the spirit of reconciliation, I just want to point out something else. You reminded me of something when you spoke about being traumatized. I just want to point out to all councillors that the council has taken out an employees wellness program, and we have trauma counselling for genuine trauma issues. And councillors, and I'm not being flippant, I'm asking you if you have issues to raise them. Thank you. But we do have a program. Thank you very much. Councillors, we're moving on to item 6. What is your point of order? Your point number? Your point number? I can give you counselling afterwards. And that will be free. Okay, item 6. Speakers for item 6 are firstly, and this is your debut, Councillor Skricker.
Speaker, honourable members, colleagues, and also friends of the opposition and oppression. I just want to make it clear that item C, the CO6, after investigating it, we found that there is a problem with it because it's actually been given to a company that's not even based in Cape Town. And yet the mayor have fluently stood there and said that we are looking after Cape Town, when this matter should have been directed to a Cape Town company, because surely there's suitable companies in Cape Town that could handle this IT product. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle.
Speaker, thank you. My information is it's actually illegal to limit tenders to specific municipal areas. So, while I welcome the input and congratulations on your maiden speech, it's unfortunately that is the case. The previous speaker from the ANC, Councillor Njuza, I'm sure he'll give it to us again, provided us with a free lecture, which is a good thing, because that was certainly well worth the money if we had to pay them. This item deals with the awarding of a contract which will incur financial obligations beyond the budget cycle and to supply support and for maintenance of services of data protection infrastructure and licenses in terms of section 33(1). And I support the recommendations as contained on page 200. Now, one appreciates this kind of contract, focused as it is on internal workings of the city, is not as headline grabbing as the My City bus service between Wynberg, Mitchells Plain and Khayelitsha, or the record-breaking infrastructure projects such as water and sewage pipelines. And it certainly isn't going to grab the headlines the way the deployment of the Metro police officers per ward proposed in the draft budget proposals will. It's not even going to grab the attention the way the city's over 5 billion rand financial relief measures will. But as indicated in the item, the extension of this agreement over 5 years will see the city, and therefore the residents, saving 5% of the contract price. Now, this is about effective management of the people's money. It's the hallmark of this DA-led administration, which sees the city receiving clean audits time and time again. And I'm aware, Madam Speaker, that clean audits don't necessarily mean good governance. You can't have good governance without clean audits either. Far better service delivery in this metropolitan, Speaker, than any other metro in the country. City of Cape Town is not only the direct opposite, but the very real positive comparison between our good governance here and failed governance elsewhere in the country. And one can understand why political parties who understand full well how to steal look at this kind of item with concern. But rest assured, as the clean audit indicates, the City of Cape Town does not steal the people's money. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendation is on page 191. Those in favour of the recommendation kindly indicate.
Point of order. We
Those against the recommendation. Are in a vote? You against ANC? You against the recommendation? The PA is against. Who else is against? The EFF is against. We're not doing points of clarity. We're moving on. Councillor CCC.
Against.
The good party is against, and Ara is against.
No, Speaker, not against. Abstain.
You're abstaining. Is there anybody else against or?
Al-Jamaa again.
Al-Jamaa is against. I'm not going back into a debate.
Speaker, can you please explain to me when can I get a point of clarity, please, man? I know the rules out there. I'm asking when can you use it?
What is your point of clarity? The matter has been moved. The recommendation is moved. But if you have a point of clarity,
you never gave me the point of clarity when I asked for it. So I'm trying to find out.
Councillor, you talk so much. I couldn't work out that this was
Because you're talking so much, Speaker, I need to speak over you. But if you gave me the chance to speak,
what's your point of clarity?
My point of clarity is, why does this council, or can this council, please make the impact meetings open so that the public can see how the council don't steal?
Okay. Is something that you will have to table in writing. Councillor Majuza, your party traded your minutes. I'm sorry about that. If you were asking, we've clarified that too. Okay, we're moving on to item, thank you. We're moving on to item 8, and the first speaker is Councillor Paul.
Speaker, the Good Party does not take any issue with the promotion and support for sporting events and organizations. But Speaker, the coming together of the City of Cape Town and Growth Point reminds us of a sad situation. The city gave a 140 million rand sweetheart deal to Growth Point based on undervaluing and misrepresenting the true value of an inner city property to benefit the company. But let me tell the citizens of Cape Town, you are not the city sweetheart. Never have been, never will be. The city will grossly inflate the property values of ordinary residents and gobble up rates and tariffs of all residents. Speaker, Growth Point's sponsorship and the city's support for this is nothing more than sports washing. The goal of sports washing is to shift public attention away from human rights abuse, corruption, environmental damage, other negative issues by associating themselves with the positive values of sports such as unity, passion, and fair play. Sport should inspire, it should never be used to cover up injustice. We support our athletes, not this incestuous entanglement between the city and developers like Growth Point. To all those who seek the support of Growth Point, athletes, artists, whoever's asking them for money, do for them what they do to us as citizens. Squeeze them for every dirty dollar, which is extracted from residents by staff and manipulation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tahito is supposed to be speaking. He's not here. You're agreeing on that item. Thank you. Councillor De Vos, can you move the recommendation?
I move the recommendation, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The recommendation's on page 428. Can we all agree on the recommendation? Vote against the recommendation, the EFF? That's all. CCC? You against? Thank you.
Abstaining, Speaker.
Abstaining. Goods abstaining. All right. So then that motion is carried. We move on. Item 9, the first speaker is Councillor Stevens. Is your mic not? The next mic.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, Mayor, fellow councillors and members of the public. Madam Speaker, as the ANC, we want to express our support for the approval of the 3-year agreement between the City of Cape Town and Stillwater Sports Management for the hosting of the Total Sports Women's Race. This is not just a race, it's a platform, a celebration of women, of community spirit, and of health and wellness. It's a powerful symbol of inclusion, empowerment, and pride. For over a decade, this event has brought thousands of women from all walks of life together, uniting them for a cause far greater than sports alone. Sports unite people. As the opposition, we are often critical, and rightly so, where public spending does not serve the people. But this is the case where investment leads far-reaching social and economic returns. This partnership brings empowerment to sports by promoting women's participation in an inspiring manner. The race is more than a running event also. It supports numerous charitable causes over the years, including the Pink Drive for breast cancer awareness, free services for cancer patients without medical aid, as well as much needed support for cancer survivors, as this is a very expensive and emotionally draining illness to have. Speaker, large-scale events like this is also stimulate local business and support the informal economy, from vendors to hospitality workers. We are living in times where women's rights and public safety must be vigorously defended and celebrated. Supporting this event is a clear signal from this council that we take these values seriously, that we see, hear, and stand with the women of Cape Town. In conclusion, this is an opportunity to rise and uplift, to empower, and to celebrate the women who form the backbone of the city. As the ANC, we therefore support this item.
Thank you, Councillor Harris.
Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to move this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation's on page 439. Are we all in favour of the recommendation? Are you wanting to abstain? Goods abstaining. Anyone against? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 10. And the first speaker on that item is Councillor Janse van Vuren.
Goeiemôre, Speaker en mede-raadslede. Ek gee my toespraak vanoggend trots in Afrika. Speaker, die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun die informele handelsplan vir die Mkoleni openbare vervoerwisselaar in wijk 14 heel hartig. Vir die gemeenskap van Mkoleni is die informele handelsplan vir die vervoerwisselaar 'n baken van hoop vir plaaslike ekonomiese groei en ontwikkeling. Veral se voorheen hoë misdaadsyfer waar die voorloper was in statistieke vir die hoogste moord en verkrachting in die Weskaap gedurende 2023-2024. Om die handelsplan se sukses en volhoubaarheid te verseker, doen die Vryheidsfront Plus 'n beroep op wetstoepassers om asseblief die streng afdwing van wette ten opsigte van handelspermithouers te prioritiseer, konsekwente toesig te handhaaf en betekenisvolle boetes vir die nie-nakoming van wette op te lê. Hierdie aanbevelings spruit uit waarnemings by ander wisselaars en plekke reg deur die metro, waarin wettige handelaars dikwels ongecontroleerd voortgaan en minimale tot geen gevolge in die gesig staan. Byvoorbeeld, in Tableview op die dienspad langs Potsdam die wolwerke waar munisipale werkers elke dag verbyry, in Koebergweg en om die Draai en Bloubergweg vind massiewe onwettige informele handel, asook die storting van planke en ander afvalmateriaal al vir jare plaas, letterlik jare. Herhaaldelik gerapporteer aan wetstoepassing, maar met geen positiewe uitkoms nie en geen optrede teen oortreders in daardie geval. Ten slotte beveel die Vryheidsfront aan dat die stad ons handelsbywette sterker afdwing en die informele handelsareas effektief bestuur. Verder, ook die verskaffing van 'n raamwerk wat duidelike riglyne, strenger beheermaatreëls en doeltreffende moniteringstelsels uiteensit. 'n Omvattende plan sal nie net handelaars van 'n veilige en gereguleerde omgewing verseker nie, maar ook vertroue bevorder, openbare veiligheid verseker, uit uiteindelik die langtermyn sukses en volhoubaarheid van die informele handelsplan in Umfuleni dryf. Baie dankie.
Dankie. Councillor Marikani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon to all councillors. The ANC is in support of the initiative, and also the community at large is also in support, because the community has been waiting for this for a very long time. I believe that it will be able to change the life of those who are doing informal tradings in our community. So I believe that, and also the situation, the current situation which the informal traders are today.
Speaker, just a point of correction, that the councillor is from the ANC, but your system regards him as the DA. Is there something that we need to know? He's the DA.
Okay, so that's why we're not having virtual meetings, because we're having teething trouble. We will resolve that. Councillor, but you're willing to work, you're welcome to work over if you want to. Or you haven't concluded yet?
No.
Please, Councillor, I'm sorry for the interjection, but continue.
I'm not going to respond on that. I'm not coming. Relax, I'm not coming. No, thank you very much, Chief Whip.
Finished. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Councillor Talib.
Good afternoon, goeiemiddag, molweni, assalamu alaikum, shalom, namaste, auhe. Madam Speaker, Honourable Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, fellow councillors. Today we table the Umfuleni Informal Trading Plan proposal that speaks to our core values as a city of Cape Town: inclusion, empowerment, and work opportunities for all. The item before us is formal recognition and demarcation of 65 informal trading bays at the Umfuleni Public Transport Interchange in Ward 114. Madam Speaker, this is a significant milestone, not just for Umfuleni, but for the broader vision and economic inclusion across the city of Cape Town. The Umfuleni PTI, located along Main Road and Lucanio Streets, currently facilitates nearly 1,000 daily taxi trips and serves over 16,000 commuters each weekday. But Madam Speaker, it is more than just a transport hub. It is a vital economic development artery for the local Ward 114 and the community at large. The planned upgrade increases capacity by an additional 144 peak period taxi trips and enhances the layout with more loading zones, loading lanes, and a roofed loading area. This is crucial for public safety, efficiency, and dignity of the Ward 114 community utilizing the PTI. I want to commend the Economic Development East and Urban Mobility teams for their foresight in initiating a comprehensive informal trading plan alongside the Umfuleni PTI upgrade. Why is this important? because informal traders are the lifeblood of our economy. They bring essential services to communities, create jobs, and represent entrepreneurship, which is a step up away from poverty into economic opportunity and work. By creating clearly defined trading spaces, we are not only legitimizing micro enterprises, we are, in fact, investing in them. This trading plan, shaped through extensive engagement since September 23, with traders, residents, taxi associations, businesses, the Ward Councillor Madikani, and others, reflects the shared will of the community. It's a product of the DA good governance, rooted in fairness, inclusivity, and opportunity for all.
Thank you. No, your time's up. Can we move on the recommendations on page 450? Those in favour of the recommendations? Those against the recommendations? Would you like to abstain? Are you abstaining? Good is abstaining. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Item 11, the first speaker for that item is Councillor Palm.
Thank you, Speaker. We don't have a problem with religious institutions doing good and having it be facilitated by grants in aid. But when an organization has recorded a retained surplus of over 129 Australian dollars in 2021, according to leaked documents, comes here with a begging bowl, that's Australian megachurch, in the guise of a foundation, a music publisher, a plethora of other disguises, is now asking African City for money. It's just 20,000 Aussie dollars, so why can't they pony up that amount? You're going to hear from the next speaker about the work of the foundation, the IT training stuff, the firewalls between the different arms, but make no mistake, these are tentacles of the same octopus. So why is the city always happy to make it rain blessings on this particular organization? Maybe it's not what you know, maybe it's who you know. So we will hear shortly from the next speaker, who will spend the next 4 minutes not speaking about poverty, inequality, or many of the ills facing the city. He will argue for why we should give this organization the money. As far as I'm aware, no other church has the access to the seat of power that this one has because of the close relationship with this organization. So Google the next speaker in Hillsong. You will find how close this relationship is. You will find videos of him soliciting money for the megachurch. Speaking of sacrificial giving, why must the residents of this city be made to involuntarily partake in this kind of sacrificial giving? I am inspired by the example of a Palestinian who bravely walked into the sanctum of the confluence of politics, usury, and favor, and overturned the tables. That Palestinian activist's name was Jesus Christ. And given that recorded stance, one wonders whether he would support this item. So let me introduce you to the member of this institution who will spend the next 4 minutes of valuable city time earning his Springbok colors in spinning for his church, none other than Alderman, water scientist, and Hillsong's man on the inside, Deputy Mayor Eddie Andrews.
Thank you for that praise singing, Councillor Alderman Andrews. Councillors, quiet, please. Councillor Elton Jansen, I'm naming you for the first time. Thank you. Councillor Andrews.
Speaker, baie magtig raadslid. Ek weet nie wat jy gisterand geëet het nie. Wie se weet jy vanoggend opgestaan het nie. Maar jy het probleme. Ek sal aanhou dat jy luister wat die speaker voor genoem het. Daar's hoop vir jou. Daar's regtig waar hoop vir jou. Jy moet aansoek doen. You don't have to suffer in silence. You do not. There's a seat at the table for you. Speaker, the item before us, as Councillor Palm neglected to mention, we have a grant trade policy. Organizations who are registered as per the Act, registered organizations with documentations, with audited financials, are rendering services within the city and across the country. And so the sub-council places an advertisement, and in that advertisement it says, it is our desire to implement a specific program, and here is the scope, and any organization that is compliant as per the policy is most welcome to apply. Now, the report also specifies that 2 organizations applied, and the Grants in Aid Screening Committee and the sub-council recommended
for the Hillsong Africa Foundation to receive the amount to implement the programs. As he seems to have read the report, exactly what you're saying, I allege that they will do, because they will be doing that, Chairperson. And so the grant in aid is for that organization to implement. But Chairperson, we can't misrepresent the organization. The organization did not knock on the door of council asking for money. It is council who asked the assistance of compliant organizations to render much needed services in a socially vulnerable community of Stierop and ensure that those truant children are at least on their way back to school, and those unskilled, unemployed individuals within that most vulnerable community are actually now part of a program that will upskill them and ensure that they have those opportunities that they so desperately need. So please, do not misrepresent the grant in aid process. Do not grandstand here in council. Do not try and seek relevance here, Councillor Palm. Want jy is die pad duister. Jy is die pad heeltemal duister. En weer eens, daar's hulp vir jou. Maar my magtig Marlies.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 474. Councillor Little.
Clarity, Madam Speaker.
Clarity, sure.
Is the Alderman saying that this organization did not apply for the grant in aid? Because I heard him say that. I just need
So, Councillor, I can let him respond, but he was quite clear. You need to stop talking and pay attention. Councillor Alderman Andrews, can you clarify what you said about the not applying for it unless they were asked for organizations who could do it?
Speaker, ek wil graag herhaal wat ek laas vergadering genoem het vir my kollega. Ngonda ek as 'n bensum slaan, jy.
Speaker, point of order.
Thank you. I think that if you didn't get it, they put out a call for organizations to do something, and they were one of two that applied. We're moving on. Thank you. The recommendation is on page 11. Page 474. Those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against the recommendation?
Who's against it, Speaker?
Against it. Good is against it. Everyone else is in favor. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 17. Councillors, the first speaker there is Councillor Saturi.
Assalamu alaikum all. We, the NCC, reject the sale of this property situated at 9 Langley Road, Wynberg, as we understand not only the importance but also the historical significance of not only this property, as we are aware of many what is deemed prime-ish properties stretching from the Simonstown all the way to the Salt River and Woodstock area, that this dear late city of Cape Town has chosen to secure with security guards, yet you fail to invest the same on the Cape Flats. I would like to caution Councillor Langhoven, when he reads the smug response prepared by his bosses for him, he must bear in mind that this would be an opportunity to actually try and redress the historical injustices done to people of color and coloreds in particular, including many of your grandparents and their parents. Madam Speaker, it makes absolutely no sense to dispose of these properties or properties like this in these areas, as it can be used for the betterment of broader communities. It is no secret that there is a major strain on the housing database, yet when many of the pensioners on the Cape Flats request for emergency housing, they get offered an informal dwelling, proving that the so-called caring DA will continue to systematically ensure that the previously disadvantaged remain economically dependent on them to maintain power. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we the NCC will not remain silent while the legacy of apartheid continues to shape this dear and city of Cape Town with the persistent inequalities in access to dignified housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Langhoven.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually had something prepared, but geez, I think I need to answer the question here because Councillor Sutherland does not know my family from Adam. She doesn't know what the background is. So I don't see how you can actually ask about, the past of my family. Secondly, the injustices that you talk about in Wynberg, and I'm the councillor for Wynberg on the west side of the railway line, is being reversed through
the introduction of the phase 2A My City bus that will be coming through Wynberg in the next few years, which will eventually see that integration and the apartheid spatial planning reversed in my ward. Yes, absolutely. So we will see people from Mitchell's Plain, from Khayelitsha, and all over from those regions coming to our areas. And also, let me just talk about the spatial planning and affordability. Wynberg is full of vacancies for affordable housing, lots of it. And please direct your people to come here and rent some flats. Yeah, absolutely, bring them. But it's ridiculous to say that this one little property can solve all of the inequalities in Wynberg. So I'm very sorry, your arguments are very flippant, and I don't take any credence in the conveyor belt party over there. Madam Speaker, I don't know how many minutes I have left. I'm sure I have quite a few, but I just want to say, colleagues, this is an opportunity to put underutilized land to productive use, stimulate economic activity, and improve the urban fabric of Wynberg, as I struggle to do on a daily basis, and I'm achieving that on a daily basis, all while upholding the principles of accountability and responsible asset management. I therefore support this recommendation and urge Council to do the same. Thank you.
The recommendation is on page 593. Those in favour of the recommendation, what is your point of clarity?
Is the speaker saying that redressing the actual injustices?
No, we're not getting into that. Thank you. The recommendations on page 593, those in favour? Thank you. Anyone against? EFF's against. Good. Are you against? Thank you. What do you do? You against?
Against, Speaker.
You against. And the CCC is against. And the... Thank you. And ARA. Thank you. The recommendations carry. We move on to item 20. I want to remind councillors that you do not address each other across the floor. Please address them through the speaker in the spirit of reconciliation. Can we move on to item 20? Councillor Minnar. Councillor Minnar.
Speaker, the NCC supports this item with great concern. NCC are not opposing any means of housing opportunities. NCC is concerned about an Albert Park that will now be overpopulated like many other coloured communities where the infrastructure are under severe pressure. Sewage overflows, burst pipes, and many other. Is this a media stunt part of the DA election campaign? Speaker, we're still awaiting housing projects that should have been completed by 2025. Greater Retreat Housing Project, Crestway Housing Project, where people have 2016 as per the court. Protect me against this. Speaking. You need to protect me against the first time. Please protect.
Continue, please.
I need to be protected.
Speaker.
So I will continue. I will continue.
Continue.
Crestway housing project where people has been fighting since 2016 as per the court order. Beacon Valley Housing Project, Edward Road Housing Project, Symphony Way Housing Project, where not one brick has been laid. There are many open lands in Constantia.
Councillor Bowman.
Surely that lands can be utilized. So surely that lands can be utilized to bring about integrated communities. In this council, MEC for Human Settlements, Councillor Popeye mentioned that this DA-led municipality always wins. So when is the people of the Cape Flats going to win? Or do we win by being canned in like a tin of tuna? The people on the Cape Flats deserve better. They don't deserve a political yeast infection that always wins. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor van der Rede.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, you know, as far as any in Hanover Park opgegroeid in my praat vir my gemeenskap. I just want to congratulate Hanover Park Football Club, Speaker, that has won despite the...
Sorry, Speaker, can I have a point of clarity? Can I have a point of clarity?
I'm busy speaking.
Finish, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was busy congratulating Hanover Park Football Club, Speaker, that has been supported by the city of Cape Town, placed on an astroturf built by the city of Cape Town for one of the most violent and poorest communities that has won the Motsepe playoffs and is the only team of the Western Cape that is going to Joburg to play in the national playoffs, Speaker. But Speaker, it's that same community that also has it in the IDP process. Many, many years ago, we won houses. This caring city and this city with its pulse to the ground has listened and has said, we will build houses, Speaker. Speaker, for every ward councillor, building of houses is one of the most passionate things that you can do. It's legacies. That is for Auntie Sarah, for Auntie Gigi, for Auntie Dia Key, Speaker. And that is what the city is going to do with the help of MC Carl Popham and our amazing mayor, who shows through this budget, Speaker, that this reality changes for the poorest of the poor in this beautiful city of Cape Town, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to say we've got netball. We've got one of the amazing active youth within the city of Cape Town building houses. Part of this upgrade will be that the park will be upgraded, that is just next to this facility, and 800 families will get new homes that they will become the owners of, Speaker. So, Speaker, ek kan nie meer sê nie. All I'm asking this council is to support this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bernard, did you have a point of clarity or can we move on?
Speaker, I just want to ask the question. Yes, all of that things we know about that. I didn't grow up in Hanover Park.
That's fine. Just get to the point.
My point of clarity is, can Councillor van der Rede say how many youths has been killed under his
No, we're not talking about safety and security now. Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 675. Can those in favour of the recommendation indicate? Thank you. Those against the recommendation? The EFF's against. Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 30. And the first speaker there is Councillor May.
Manibulise wonke umuntu somlomo. Somlomo apha sithetha ngomhlaba ose-Atlantis kuward 32 kwi-address 58 Kazonia Street. Lo mhlaba umasipala uyawuthengisa. Somlomo kuyabonakala apha bekuke kwakho isakhiwo ngaphambili saze sachithwa. Ithetha ukuthi ikhona ifamily lihlala ngaphambili. Somlomo ke yingxaki esijongene nayo ile yokuthengiswa komhlaba sisixeko saseKapa. Ithetha ukuthi uza kuthengiswa lo mhlaba kuthengwe ngabona bantu banemali. Abo bangenamali basokolayo bangafumani mathuba okuthenga umhlaba. Yilonto iEFF isilwela umhlaba ukuba unikwe abantu ngaphandle kwembuyekezo. Somlomo sinengxaki ye-bedrock okwakhiwa kwezindlu kwisixeko saseKapa. Kuba kunjani kutheni umasipala angokhilendlu aze ayinikezele ebantwini abangathathi ntweni abafumana i-social grant nakwabo bakhubazekileyo. Inkosi Somlomo.
Thank you, Councillor Reis.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Speaker. I'm not quite sure whether my esteemed colleague that just spoke now have been in Atlantis. There are close to about 3,000 housing opportunities in the area being built on its way currently. So if I just look at that specific plot in question, there is sufficient information in the document that refers and says that the property and the fact that council now is looking at, in principle, approval to transfer the property is the best way to move forward and the property. So I'll also move, Speaker, that we adopt and grant in principle approval for that. Thank you.
Thank you. The recommendation is on page 185. Can we adopt the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Good. No one else? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. The next item, EFF, sorry, you're against the recommendation. Thank you. The next item is item 33. And the first speaker there is Councillor Miller. 31, sorry, 31, Councillor Matutu. Okay, sorry, that item is agreed, so we can move item 31. Councillor Moodley, Alderman Moodley, you happy to move that item?
This is a positive change in this policy. I want to just amplify by saying that what we're doing here is, I want to give you an example of a pensioner, for example, if she applies or he applies for rebates and it's turned down, they have a right in terms of Section 62. Now, it's unfair for a pensioner or somebody elderly to pay 300 Rand. So we are actually removing that, and so that they could benefit from that. So this is a positive amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have a recommendation on page 207. Those in favour of the recommendation? Thank you. Those against? Anyone else? The EFF's against. Thank you very much. The recommendation's carried, and we move on to number 33 and Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Speaker. In the spirit of reconciliation, let me just remind the DA that charity starts at home, and Cape Town is full. On behalf of community members in the Gordons Bay and surrounding areas, I've been asked to raise the following concerns surrounding the Salaries Pass LSDF. The city seems more focused on using Cape Town taxpayers as a cow to be milked to pay for and support the influx of economic migrants from the Eastern Cape and other parts of Africa. The Rowan Farm low-cost housing development in the middle of Gordons Bay is going to absolutely...
Councillor Bengi, please leave the chamber. Councillor Bengi, you have been named 3 times. Allow the speaker the respect that he deserves to be able to address the meeting. If you don't like it, that's fine. Thank you. Excuse me? Not yet. He's still speaking. Councillor Miller, continue.
Okay, the Rowan Farm low-cost housing development in the middle of Gordons Bay is going to absolutely decimate property values and bring about the inevitable social degradation, crime, water and sanitation issues.
Ma'am, I'm naming you for the first time. Enforcement, to please remove Councillor Bengi from the chambers. Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Miller.
Which we have seen in similar such projects around Cape Town over the last 20 years of DA rule. In 2014, there were approximately 285,000 squatters in informal settlements in Cape Town. Today, thanks to the DA, there are now over 1.5 million. Number one, what measures have been taken and will be taken to ensure that any housing projects in the Salaries Pass LSDF are only allocated to people on the housing list that are from Cape Town and from the Gordons Bay area? Number two, what measures are going to be taken to ensure that there will be work opportunities for the inhabitants of the new area so that loitering and crime, wastewater and sewage spills out onto Beach Road on a regular basis? And Gordons Bay is already over-congested with unmanageable traffic. Therefore, what measures will be put in place to try to cope with an already overburdened road, sewerage, and wastewater system? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dambuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
No, not you, sir. I'm behind you.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on 24.3. The utterances of calling those who are coming from the Eastern Cape migrants is insulting and is offensive. The same treatment that was given to Councillor Jandela when he used the word P, he was removed from the council meeting. The same must be utilized when it comes to our people being called migrants in their own land, in their own country, being kicked out in the statements that have been utilized. The speaker must remove
that what he has said or face the consequences of leaving the council chamber. I know that there's a lot of people from the DA
Thank you.
who are from the East.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Can you apologize or withdraw that remark?
No, certainly not. It's a technical term. You get immigrant
All right.
and immigration.
Thank you.
Immigration.
Thank you. Councillor, put in a complaint and then we will deal with it. We move on then. Thank you.
You must leave, Speaker. You must leave, Speaker.
Councillor Gabriel.
Well, please explain what is
I have made a ruling.
migrant. What's wrong with the word
I
migrant?
have made a ruling.
It's an English word.
Councillor Miller. Councillor Miller. We will Councillors, you're entitled to object. Please do so and we will deal with it through the discipline. Thank you. Councillor Miller.
Speaker.
Councillor Miller, are you going to withdraw or apologize?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker,
Councillors, please all be quiet. No, you must get out.
Okay,
Councillor.
Speaker, let me thank my colleague here from the ACDP. Let me thank
Adams here.
Councillor Miller.
Okay, are we using the English language in this council? If we're using the English language in this council, let me explain to these councillors here who may not be familiar with it. Migrant in the English dictionary is a person who moves from one place to another, especially in order to find work or better living conditions. This is an economic fact. Wake up.
Councillors, calm down. Calm down.
Yeah, apologies.
Calm down. I want to take, Councillor, I'm going to take you in order. Councillor Haynes, Councillor Bongani, and then Councillor Adams.
Speaker, can I be included in that order, please?
Councillors, no, just wait. I'm dealing with questions. Okay? I'm dealing with it. I'm dealing with it. Calm down. Councillor Haynes, you first.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'm going to humbly request to you to make a ruling now and not only wait for viewing the recording. Councillor Miller is disrespecting this house and is really disrespecting the decorum of this house. I would really want to request that he refuse to withdraw. So through you, as a whip of the ANC, I am requesting that he be asked to leave this meeting.
Can I support the Speaker, please?
Councillor Miller, you have offended the people because their interpretation of what you've said is not the classic English dictionary. I'm asking you to withdraw it and apologize.
Speaker, I'm not going to rewrite the English dictionary. Migrant is an English term for someone who travels. I don't know how to use a term for someone who travels from point A to point B. If they want to take me to court, they can take me to court.
Councillor Miller,
Take me to court.
I'm asking you to leave the chamber.
Migrant. Let's go to court on the term migrant.
Councillor Miller, I'm going to ask that you reconsider or you are going to be removed from the chamber. Please apologize or remove yourself from the chamber. Councillor Miller, I'm asking that you remove yourself. We will adjourn for 10 minutes. I resolve that Councillor Miller leave the chamber.
This is an English term. This is an English term.
Councillor. Councillor Miller, I'm asking that you are removed from the chamber. There has been no reconciliation in your statement. I'm asking you to please leave the chamber, otherwise I will recommend that you get removed.
On what basis? On what basis? On what basis?
On the basis that you have insulted.
Please show me the rules. Please show me the rules on what basis.
Security speaker, can we get a secure? Abahambe, speaker, Abahambe.
On the basis that the term was
Speaker, can we get a secure?
Speaker.
The term was Speaker. Abahambe.
Thank you. Councillor, whatever used, Councillor, we will adjourn for 5 minutes.
Speaker, my councillor was removed.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Abahambe. Hey, Speaker. Hey, Speaker. Speaker, you are out of control. You are out of control.
Congratulations. Decision.
That's the kind of Cape excellent.
Thank you. We're moving on.
Speaker.
Escape exit.
Councillors, we're moving on. Thank you. Councillor Gabuza.
Speaker.
Who is that? Councillor Mkungwana?
Speaker, I don't know which rule I'm raising, but I think it's caused by what has happened just now. When Councillor Miller was being removed, he took pictures of us and we don't know where and how he's going to use those pictures. I've spoken about tolerance, but I cannot tolerate my picture being circulated without my permission. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, point taken. We move to Councillor Gabuza. Councillor Tandela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think, Speaker, we must be consistent in how we do things. This is not Animal Farm. It was not supposed to be us that reminds you on how to run this. I'm one person that you removed with no hesitation. So please apply your rules equally to everyone. It must not, don't divide us here. Not allow white people or other party to have preference on how they should be treated. Treat us equally. It was not supposed to be us that reminds you and also us that calls the bouncers or remind you to call the brand. Please, there must be consistency on how you run the
Thank you. Councillor Gabuza.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me first, Speaker, before I comment to my speech, let me register that I'm happy to say the racist councillor is taken out. Speaker, after 31 years in our democracy that we fought for under apartheid regime, this democracy, Speaker, that we are enjoying today, our people were brutally killed, but today we are enjoying this democracy simply because of Otatu Mandela. The people of Lawrence Pass, their livelihood that are living now will change dramatically due to this improvement that will be made to change economically and social conditions. The area is surrounded by many informal settlements that are not provided with the basic services by the municipality for so many years. The residents that reside within that area have been waiting for a long period of time to see these developments taking place in their neighborhood. Sewer system have been in the main challenge that the community around has ever faced. The start development is a good concept and a great vision ever that will create a better social lifestyle and economic growth for the residents of who reside in that area. Job opportunities will be created for the poor of the poorest, and also business people will benefit from this project. The area is very small, but this development will attract tourism and the tourists that are visiting the city of Cape Town at large, including the investors, in order to boost the economy. Current economic growth in Cape Town does not accommodate and reflect the informal settlements. As infrastructure, particularly in Cape Flats, has deteriorated beyond the description of the word. Our streets.
Thank you. Councillor, your time. Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Whilst I fully agree with your decision to remove Councillor Miller from the chamber, I'm sorry he's not here so that I can actually correct him with regard to the matter at hand and point out to him that it has absolutely nothing to do with Gordons Bay. And my colleague, Councillor Stacey, sitting right next to me, fully agrees with the statement that I've just made. I'm sorry Councillor Miller was not here to hear what I had to say. And quite frankly, the insights which were taken so heavily by colleagues across the floor were reprehensible and ought not to be permitted. And thank you for expelling him from this chamber. Madam Speaker, the Solaris Parsons Surrounds Local Special Development Framework has come into being in a remarkably short space of time. The first on the 1st of March last year, and here we sit 15 months later in this chamber in the process of putting this to the test and approving it. This is remarkable. This comes from a DA-led and a DA-managed city which has the good interests of its residents at heart all the time, and it moves with expeditiousness to get done what needs to get done. As Councillor Gabuza pointed out, this is a long overdue improvement to Solaris Pass. It is a relatively small community in my ward, but it is a community which has a number of informal settlements. I'd like to point out to Councillor Gabuza that they are not poorly managed. They are in fact extremely well managed. And a number of matters have been raised in the course of the public participation process, which are tangential to the business of a local spatial development framework. Having said that, they are addressed and spoken to in the replying document. I'd just like to read this preamble from the local spatial development framework document. Solaris Pass is uniquely located within the eastern region of the city. The area has the potential to be developed in a fully functioning and sustainable precinct within the Helderberg district, which provides and caters to the needs of the community and the surrounding suburbs. Furthermore, there is great potential to create a mixed-use economic linkage between Solaris Pass and the Furlands development area, along the T2, providing much-needed job opportunities and the development of a local circular economy, vital for the future of Solaris Pass. The Solaris Pass area plays a significant role to accommodate a variety of land uses, which include residential mixed-use development, the natural environment, industrial and agriculture. It is an area that is resilient, promotes sustainable urban development that integrates with its natural assets and is adaptable to climate change. Now, this local spatial development framework came about because of the exhaustive process that was followed. And in fact, the strategic objectives of this local spatial development framework informed how it came into being. First of all, Objective 1, to create a well-managed urban growth and dignified living environment, to maximize economic opportunities and spaces for economic development along the main public transport routes, to ensure that public realm and spaces are functional and inclusive, and to ensure accessibility and connectivity integration of movement.
Thank you very much. Councillors, the recommendation is on page 347. Those in favour of the recommendation? Those against?
Abstain, Speaker.
Goods abstaining. Anybody else? Against? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. We move on to item 36. And the first speaker to this item on volume 2C is Councillor Bowden. Councillors.
Good day, Speaker. The definition of mobile business in the amendment requires registration with the CIPC, which excludes sole proprietors. They're not obligated to register with CIPC as they pay taxes personally. This oversight raised in public comments and ignored unfairly disadvantages small businesses vital to our economy. The definition should be revised to include sole proprietors, ensuring equitable access to mobile business opportunities. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kai. No, sorry, I'm wrong, sorry. Councillor Jacobson.
Honourable Speaker, fellow councillors, I would like to dedicate my item to the late Frank Wolf, who passed away a few weeks ago after 17 years trading in Blouberg as an informal trader. Frank and Phyllis Pancakes. I would also like to dedicate to Vincent Sidris, the father of beach vendors who traded for 50 years on the beaches and passed away June last year. But before I proceed, may I remind this House that we are made up of all individuals, despite us being with different political parties, but we all stood in front of the Honourable Speaker and we swore, pledge and oath that we would serve our community and our electorate. And there is no reason why the DNA makeup is different to any other councillor. And for that, I'm very impressed with the caucus having engaged with the mayor on the matter of the budget. So thank you very much for showing your individuality. From the public comments on this item, I see there's a lot of support and there's a lot of irritation and confusion. Let me shed some clarity. From the informal trading sector, which is very, very important, we move and hopefully into the formal trading sector. Currently, the informal trading sector creates lots of employment, offers amazing delivery of product and service, and it creates economic growth and employment to others. It's a knock-on and roll-on effect. Many community thinks that our informal sector is unregulated sector. This is simply not true. But we do, bless you, but we do recognize our flaws and shortcomings. Thus, the informal trading amendments that we're debating here today. And of course, we would be looking for a non-biased fair application policy. The designated sites must be adhered to. This is causing lots of irritation for the community. And the successful applicant must be present. We can't just pawn off these application forms for money. And we should only be trading in the product or service that has been approved. And of course, the health regulations must be applied. And if we're dealing with food, we're talking about a COA, that Certificate of Accessibility. And if there's transgression, it will be up to the city and the law enforcement to deal with it, whether it's confiscation, termination of that contract. I am very pleased to see that this amendment is looking at a 3-year contract, a trading permit. This promotes longevity and security no different to any other business. Our prayer is that our informal traders are treated with dignity and respect, and we also that they will start contributing to our national tax, because up to now it's been easy to evade and avoid tax. Mobile trading and informal trading is monitored by different departments. We have coastal management, recreation, my portfolio, which is economic development, economic growth. My prayer is that all trading will be adopted by our portfolio for honesty, transparency, and accountability. In summary, informal trading sector is critical to economic growth and prosperity. It's just needed more regulation, and these amendments here too on this policy will go a long way. The VF Plus supports this item.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kazi. Councillor, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item before us here, Madam Speaker, is approval of the draft mobile business policy informal traders amendment by laws. According to this, according to the Council Code of Conduct and the System of Delegation, it is prohibited for a political officer to sit, not give authorization on the administration campus. Therefore, as the ANC, as much we agree with this item, we are fully disagree that the relevant MACO member should sit as the office of the appeal. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Is Councillor Mahad?
Madam Speaker, the city's mobile business policy has been 5 years in the making and serves here today so that we can get more mobile businesses serving tomorrow. Mobile businesses, especially food trucks, are an emerging and dynamic sector that blends innovation with traditional trade. This item, Speaker, opens the hatch to smaller businesses now legally being able to operate and trade without the additional trimmings that bricks and mortar establishments have. They fill the gap at events, markets, festivals, and are an essential part to the events industry. It does not mean, however, that owners can run off to buy homes in Head Road. It means lower prices and more accessibility in the street. That's the benefit of this mobile business sector policy. It's like a double whammy benefit. Now, Madam Speaker, more mobile businesses and food trucks are able to contribute more to the economy and create jobs themselves, not just on weekends, but all of the week in our CBD streets and settings around the city. The downstream supply chain of these businesses is of huge significance too, sustaining many families as they churn out coffees, pizza, burgers, and all manner of items. The city's intent to create a responsive policy framework that supports inclusive economic opportunity and sustainability is one of our responses that South Africa just needs more jobs. And at the same time, we make it easier to do more business and benefit the citizens. On the menu, Madam Speaker, are permits valued for 3 years, a large variety of mobile business trading areas, and with the assurance that no current existing trader will be excluded and can trade through concession. Once approved today, a new round of public consultation will open on the proposed 205 trading sites that have been submitted by sub-councils. That means another 205 businesses, Madam Speaker. 205 businesses feeding and supporting their families. This framework will also ensure that the processing of all the necessary checks for compliancy will be included, the COCs, fire safety, health, gas, and other licensing conditions. There will be different categories for these mobile businesses, for example, selling food, coffee, smoothies, ice cream cones. There will be categories for prepared meals like pies and sandwiches, and those selling non-food items like books or pet grooming. I'm sure one would find a mobile trader selling cans of tuna too. Madam Speaker, at the beginning of this term, in this chamber, Councillor Jacobson kept getting the order wrong with his ramblings about Spur burgers, not having chips, missing onion rings, and really sort of no real meat to his point. Well, the ranch chicken has come home to roost, as this city framework has all the ingredients and creates the trading environment for Councillor Jacobson to have his Spur burger, chips and onions served with a healthy dash of humble pie. So, Speaker, I move this DA-led policy to make life easier for small businesses and to operate and to grow Cape Town's economy. I so move.
Thank you. We've received an amendment from the ANC. We're just processing to see whether it's legal. Okay, we can't table the amendment. It wasn't tabled when we actually had a speaking time. So we have a recommendation on page 12. Can we approve the recommendation?
Speaker, just a point of information. It was tabled in the speaking time.
Did he speak to that item?
Yes, yes, he did. He tabled it.
Okay, we'll take this vote afterwards. He's still busy trying to get clarity on your point. All right, we move then on to item 38. And the first speaker there is Councillor Bowden.
Thank you, Speaker. I commend the city's efforts to fund vital infrastructure projects, but today I address you with a heavy heart, representing the anguish of Milnerton residents who have endured a toxic nightmare for over 5 years, the sewage crisis choking them and their beloved lagoon. Imagine coming home each day to a stench so vile that it turns your stomach. For Terry van Schoor, a heart patient, this is reality. She vomits regularly, plagued by respiratory disorders, burning lungs, continuous nausea, continuous flu-like symptoms, gagging and relentless migraines. Michaela Gabriel fares no better, battling respiratory issues, vomiting, coughing, red eyes, headaches, and constant exhaustion. These are not isolated cases. Residents within a 1.5 kilometer radius of Milnerton Lagoon are suffering, their health stolen by toxic hydrogen sulfide and ammonia seeping from a lagoon drowning in sewage. The city planning a photo opportunity to unveil the air quality station reeks of disrespect for the local residents and should be cancelled immediately. The data is horrifying. E. coli levels at Woodbridge, at Wooden Island, hit 1.3 million CFU, which is 1,300 times over the safe limit. Sewage from Potsdam Wastewater Treatment Works at Kuberg Pump Station continues to pour into the lagoon, yet the city's response is to delay. Extensions granted on directives till 2027 and 2028 for critical upgrades mock the pain of Milnerton community. Where are the health warning signs promised to protect them? Where are the air quality test results pledged at public meetings? The 2023 remediation plan consists of failed aeration trials and dredging discussions which are going nowhere. This plan has done little while raw sewage continues to flow. This crisis is more than environmental, it's personal. Families watch helplessly as property values plummet, unable to find tenants or buyers for their homes tainted by the lagoon stench. Residents feel abandoned, their trust eroded by the city's silence and inaction. We demand action now. Accelerate the Potsdam and Kuburg upgrades with round-the-clock work. Stop the sewage inflows immediately. Erect health warning signs and release the air quality data. Every day of delay poisons our people and their hope. Milnerton deserves a city that fights for its residents, not one that leaves them gasping for air and justice. Act now and show that you care. The stench of elections looms. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Councillor Kai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We wish to let the DA know that we see you. We see your concerted efforts of trying to be relevant every time elections are looming. Our people have been...
Councillors, allow the speaker to speak.
Our people have been enduring never-ending devastating circumstances every winter season of floods, with no efforts or whatsoever from the DA to act timelessly in putting preventative measures beforehand. It has always been a matter of our concern why the supposedly caring city would subject the residents of Cape Town into spilling sewage, blocked drains and water leakages for more than 19 years since the DA took power, and obviously 4 years into your term of office. You all of a sudden pretend as if you ever cared for our people, only because it is the last year of your term in office and less than a year towards the next LGE. This project is long overdue, and in this regard, we further wish you to know that we'll monitor every spending of each penny before us, that you utilize it for its purpose of servicing the poor who experience these challenges, mainly in Khayelitsha, Gugulethu, and Philippi and Samora Machel, and not the leafy suburbs like Landadno or Plattekloof where the mayor resides. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duka. Councillors, please.
Greetings, Speaker, and the House at large. I would love to give the credit to the African National Congress for putting the Democratic Alliance Administrator under constant pressure regard to the service delivery that has been long overdue in our communities. As you all know that our population have grown larger, especially in Black Township like Trifadale, Khayelitsha, Mfuleni Strait, and Gugulethu. As I said, our infrastructure have collapsed and requires the reintegration or sometimes the total replacement of infrastructure. Hoping this tender will reduce such a pressure from our public service queues. When the African National Congress was in charge in this city, we never experienced. Speaker,
councillors, please. Councillors,
Speaker,
continue.
I know I touch a nerve. When the African National Congress was in charge, we never experienced what we witness on our street right now.
Yeah, proceed.
Human feces, drains, overflow, sewer spillages, all over Black Township. But guess what? Speaker? When the Democratic Alliance took over in 2006, the infrastructure started to collapse. Yet they claim that they are best governing party. Speaker,
councillors, please let the councillor finish.
Speaker, on other side of the mountain, the side of white monopoly capitals, we will have witnessed a real service delivered. But on other side of the mountains, you will find the poor of the poorest, where they breed drains and sewer spillages. Yet the Democratic Alliance Administrator claimed to be the best government in this party. Niyabonwa sinijongile. In conclusion, Speaker, we fully support this item. We have hope that it will improve all the areas that are in need of this money. It is clear, Speaker, the Democratic Alliance government doesn't care of our people. It only cares for those who stay in Constantia. That's the administrator of Democratic Alliance.
Okay. Councillor, conclude, please.
Let me make it clear for the last time, Speaker. Let me make it for the last time, Speaker, to this administrator. This administrator.
Thank you, Councillor. I think you made your point. Your time is up.
Exhausted.
And the next speaker is Councillor Lansdowne. Councillor Lansdowne, Councillor Dembuza.
No, Speaker, thank you very much. I rise on 24.3. And 24.3 on you. Councillors of the DA, they've been having an halubalu, and they've been just not being dealt with. Then, one of your councillors started screaming out when Councillor Duka was hitting a nail. And nothing was being done.
Okay, Councillor.
So can you please make sure that you are dealing with councillors that need to be named?
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Lansdowne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Mayor, I certainly hope that with the approval of this item, we will begin construction on the sewage bill that has happened on the opposition benches of this council today. Their contribution has been weak and pathetic. This item speaks to approve the expenditure of 80 million rand over the next 5 years for the laying of new sewer mains. This is infrastructure on the Cape Flats for the people that need it most. And I draw from the report a quotation. A well-functioning sewage reticulation network is vital to the local economy and social well-being. The City of Cape Town has, since the beginning of this term, invested in sewage infrastructure like no other metro has invested in this country. We are fighting the decline and we have ambitions to do better. In 2021-2022, 26 kilometers of sewer were proactively repaired. The next year, 22-23, we doubled it to 50 kilometers. 23-24, 100 kilometers. And we are on track this year to meet our target of 100 kilometers again. And we are rapidly approaching the growth standard in Cape Town of replacing 2% of our sewage reticulation network every year. But that said, Madam Speaker, there's been a lot of contributions and a lot of fake news from the youth from the BA who was sent here unprepared, not able to read the port, and the vitriol spewed by the one half of Cape Exit that has remained. So I would like to share a quote. I would like to share a quotation by Councillor Belinda Kaiser-Ekiozenjoku, the caucus leader of the DA in Johannesburg, who I was talking to the other day, and she has said I can share the following. Approximately 26% of Johannesburg's sewer lines are in critical condition. 26%. Residents have to contend with sewage flooding in their streets and in their homes, in areas like Savoy, Bramley, and across the city. Here's the last bit. Yet the ANC, EFF, PA, Action SA coalition is increasing
Sit down, let's
rates
down.
and tariffs. If you want to
Councillors, you asked the question, listen to the answer.
If you want to find value for governance, value for money governance, you have to look no further than where the DA governs. The DA is investing in a growing city. The DA is investing in infrastructure
Time, Speaker.
for the poorest residents, and the DA is investing in a clean environment for all. So we on this side will work our salt, and hopefully very soon we will be able to, in spite of the members and their colleagues in other councils, we will be able to bring change into their metros too. I hereby move the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you. We have recommendations on page 142. We're in a vote.
Point of clarity.
What's your point of clarity?
I am inviting that honorable member to visit Msingizane and stay there.
Okay, that's not a point of clarity. Thank you very much. We've got a recommendation on page, Councillor Lansdowne. We have a recommendation on page 142. Those in favour? Those against? Are you abstaining or voting against? You're against. Anybody else against? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. I want to come back to item 36. Councillor, are we ready to deal?
Speaker, the MMC is disrupting the house here in front. Please sit down, Chief. Sit down, Chief.
So we're getting clarity on the amendment. So I'm going to ask Rihanna, the legal advisor, to respond on the. No, it's not about him personally. No, it's just about an item in his department. Okay, councillors, between yourselves, can you now just behave? Thank you. Okay, Rihanna, please.
Good afternoon. We have looked at the amendment, which is deemed to be legally compliant, and therefore the surprise is not required. So therefore, the policy is legally compliant with the extraction of that particular clause referencing the appeal authority.
And we have agreed to that. You're accepting the amendment, and we deal with the item now. Okay, so now we will vote on the item on page 12, the recommendation. Can we all support the recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against? The EFF's against? The substantive motion, which has now been amended. Thank you. Then the motion is carried with the EFF against. Thank you. We move on to the next item, which is 38A. And we have, the first speaker is Councillor Pakali.
Thank you, Speaker. I think you must ask the Chief Whip to tell Councillor Lansdowne this is not high school debating. Speaker, while we accept this recommendation as the African National Congress, we however wish that from a principled position that the savings from the Wallaston project would have been used for another project within the Wallaston area, which remains one of our most underdeveloped communities in Cape Town. We are, however, glad to see that the DA is now coming into its senses with the people of Boka and prioritizing them. And we hope that this informal trading area project will not be used to continue the gentrification of Boka, which has been continuing to keep away the people of Boka from their original residential areas, as it has been happening under this DA government. This project must benefit the people of Boka and the surrounding areas and not be used to keep them out. I think, Speaker, what is also important to note around this is that these informal trading plans must be used to ensure that the locals who have been trading in those areas are benefiting, the young people from those areas will benefit, and the general people from those areas are going to benefit. Thank you so much. We support this item as the ANC.
Thank you, Councillor Hoyle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, what a wonderful discovery has been made in the workshop. An old well, estimated to be more than 150 years old, was unearthed during construction of our new trading area on the corner of Pence and Yusuf Drive in the workshop. The well's presence, hidden under layers of soil for over a century, was unknown to planners and not documented in any historical maps. This find, while unexpected, is deeply significant. It requires that we act with sensitivity and responsibility in compliance with Section 27 of the National Heritage Resources Act. That means extending timelines, updating designs, and ensuring we work within the framework set by Heritage Western Cape. Following engagement with our heritage officials, the workshop community and other stakeholders to guide the protection and give input to the future redevelopment of the space, the city is now requesting an increase in the total project cost for the workshop informal trading area. The proposal before us ensures that we are able to proceed without halting the project or compromising the function of the informal trading space. The 800,000 Rand reallocation is from savings and delayed projects, with no adverse impact on any of those programs and the communities that we serve. The development of the informal trading project is not only a long-standing commitment to economic opportunity for informal traders in the workshop, but the preservation of the well is about upholding our long-standing commitment to the protection of the significant cultural heritage and historical features that we have in the Boerkaap. Colleagues, this project is more than about bricks and mortar. It's about honoring our past while enabling inclusive economic activity in the present. I therefore urge this council to adopt the recommendation as tabled. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a recommendation on page 1. Are we all in support of the recommendation? Thank you. The recommendation is carried unanimously. We move on to item 40, and the first speaker there is Councillor Page.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Mayor and councillors, public on the gallery, be greeted. Madam Speaker, I'll be talking about the lease of land to erect telecommunication towers. As the ACDP, we are not in favor with the telecommunication towers in these different communities. It doesn't seem that this council is concerned about the health of our constituencies. As the ACDP, we are very much concerned about the health of our people when these towers are being installed on these properties. If we look at the health and environment effects that these towers has on the human race, we will think twice to lease these pieces of land for this purpose. Wi-Fi is an important threat to human health. Despite the widespread denial, the evidence that radio frequency radiation is harmful to life is already overwhelming. Studies test that the accumulating clinic evidence of sick and injured human beings, experimental evidence of damage to DNA cells and organ systems in the wide variety of plants and animals is evidence that the major diseases of modern civilization, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, are a large part caused by electromagnetic pollution. It also contributes to cellular stress, sleep issues, genetic damage, change to the reproductive system, memory deficits, and also impacts the nervous system. And this, Madam Speaker, is apart from our children that is even more vulnerable than our adults to deadly radiation frequency. Effects in children can be far more dangerous. A child's developing brain are more sensitive to environmental stresses, especially if these telecommunication bases is close to schools and public places. Madam Speaker, it is therefore this reason why the ACDP does not support this item. Thank you.
Councillor Langenhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't understand why I'm here talking about a cell phone tower, but here we go. If, Madam Chair, the councillor owns a microwave at home, or he owns a router at home, or he owns a radio at home, because he did mention radio frequency.
Councillors, please.
He did mention
Calm
radio
down.
frequency in that whole speech, which is different to microwave, microwaves. So that is completely different. And if he owns a cell phone, then he's susceptible to everything that he just said that these things cause. And I think the easier question is, what doesn't it cause? Because that list would have been that short, by the way, you were talking about all the cell phone towers. Maybe, I don't know, 5G puts a thing in your head and get it better.
Councillor, you're talking to me, not
Sorry,
to the...
yes, I'm back with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Back with you. So, yes, and I'll come back to the question again. I don't understand why I'm speaking about a cell phone tower, but let me speak about why it's necessary in this area. If the councillor understands Constantia at all, he would understand that there are various dark spots in terms of telecommunication in that specific area. And there is a dire need for more cell phone towers to actually be placed up there. Now, the report mentions certain areas like Constantia Village, etc., but it doesn't mention the fire station that is right next door to Constantia Village, which is also suffering from poor cell phone signals. And if they aren't able to contact the fire station, then we are in danger. Also,
It doesn't mention the lack of signal that is at the Alphen Centre where the Protea Sub-Council is situated, where us councillors aren't able to actually receive or make any calls because there is no signal there. We have to walk out into Constantia Main Road to go and make a phone call because we don't have any signal there. This also impacts on service delivery. So I'm not sure, and also one more thing is that in the report, it does say that the Ratepayers Association objected to this, but the Ratepayers Association that exists today is not the same Ratepayers Association that objected to it before. That is a completely different Ratepayers Association, and they are in favor of more cell phone coverage in Constantia. So, Madam Speaker, once again, I have to reiterate that the importance of cell phone coverage in the Constantia area is very important for, I think, for emergencies, for service delivery, and for better communication within our communities. I therefore recommend that this item be approved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a recommendation on page 58. All those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. Anyone against? No, we're all okay. What have we got there? ACDP is against. Thank you very much. Everybody else supporting the recommendation? Thank you. The recommendation is carried. Councillor, it's 1:30 and tea is ready, so I'm going to adjourn for 30 minutes so we can have a stretch of our legs and tea break, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Yeah, no, so now it looks like we're moving on to the items. Councillors, can you start to take your seats, please? Councillors, I'm going to ask that you re-register just so that we can check we quorate before we move on. So if you can take your cards out and reconnect them. Thank you. Are we able to start? Councillor, we're not officially starting until we get called. What you're asking? So to answer your previous question, the 260 or whatever the figure was of people on the board are also the officials who need to log in with a card to get their speakers to work. So it's something we're going to have to tweak. Councillor?
No, thank you, Speaker. I'm just doing for raising my hand because the meeting has not started. We need to have a proper process that is tabled there so that we know how many officials, how many councillors, and from which political party are they from.
Yes, so I've
Because
asked
you can easily get confused when you see Councillor Ngombolo wearing his jacket today and you think it's EFF. So
yes, or the other councillor who is put up as a DA councillor. So there is a little bit of IT tweaking that needs to be done, but the IT people need to resolve it. Okay.
But that's a different red jacket.
Are you an IT specialist?
I can assist them.
Okay.
think Mayor has a budget.
I will tell them that they can call on you as a consultant, a free consultant, to fix it. All right. Are we correct yet? All right, so we are correct. We'll get the exact figure shortly. We're going to move on to item 60, and that is Councillor Pasahi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the changes for the portfolio committees are reflected in the item C60, and these are the changes that should be added towards the item. Councillor Mumunjalwa to be added to innovation and ease of doing business. Councillor Bibulani to be added to the district. Councillor Maswi to be added to the municipal public accounts, the rules and ethics PC. Councillor Dambuza to be added to water and sanitation. Councillor Maswi to be removed from water and sanitation. And then Councillor Dambuza to be removed from the rules and ethics PC. Councillor Maswi also to be removed from innovation and ease of doing business. Councillor Minnar to be added to the corporate services PC as well as the spatial planning. Councillor Skriker to be added to safety and security PC. And the last one is Councillor Goliath to be added to the finance PC as well as to the rules and ethics PC. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Can we approve those that recommendation? Thank you. We move on to item 60A, and the first speaker here is Councillor Mukungwana.
Thank you, Speaker. This caucus is aware of the fact that there are certain guidelines in terms of the rules and the regulations and the legislation governing local government to appoint post-retired people. And therefore, we are afraid of giving the city manager a blank check to hire any person who he deems fit without having at least approached this house. And in that vein, I think it is better for us to follow the processes that have been followed in the and have proper checks and balances in who is appointed and why that person and what skills does that person possess so that the appointment can be legitimate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Jacobs is not here, so we move on to Councillor Mkeli, who's not here, and we move on to Councillor Haynes. Oh, you weren't in your seat, Councillor. All right.
I'm here now,
Councillor
Speaker.
Haynes, can we give Councillor Mkeli his minutes? Please remember to be seated. Going forward, Councillor, carry on.
Ngozi Somlomo, the item before us, it's an item that seeks to give powers to the city manager to allow the Democratic Alliance to do as they please. Because looking at this item, what you are looking at is that you are foreseeing a situation in the future where the DA would be losing council seats. Then you are preparing for yourselves now so that you can be able to deploy those DA councillors who will not be returning to council after the next local government election. It is on that note that we, as the Good Party, we will not support this item and therefore reject DAs. That is the hypocrisy that you are displaying, opposing the ANC cadre deployment while you are also practicing DA cadre deployment. So Good opposes this item, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Haynes.
Good for nothing.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the ANC have a request for the item to be referred back for further processing and consultation and then brought back to the next meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Moodley.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to start off by saying age is just a number. In terms of the technology and medical advancement, etc., the truth of the matter is that we are living longer. And when somebody was 60 years, 20 years ago, the very same person today, you could say is 40 years old. Things have changed. And then we have a huge pool of talent that goes to waste because somebody decides to retire. So what we have in front of us, Madam Speaker, the city manager per part 28B of the system of delegation has the following authority in terms of delegation 2, 4, and 5. To approve the extension of the retirement age of a staff member for not longer than 3 years in the case where it is in the interest of the city to retain the skills or experience of the staff member. To approve entering into or extending a post-retirement contract of a staff member for not longer than 3 years in the case where it is in the interest of the city to retain the skills or experience of the staff member. The proposed delegation reads as follows. To approve the appointment of a person beyond the retirement age for a period where it is deemed essential for service delivery and the operational needs of the city. This may include the appointment of a former staff member whose expertise and experiences are considered essential to the city. The proposal is presented for approval to establish a necessary mechanism that allows the city to appoint individuals beyond the retirement age, whether they were former staff members or external professionals, where the expertise is deemed essential to service delivery and operational needs. At present, while the city manager has authority to extend retirement or approve post-retirement contracts for existing staff, there is no formal process to bring in external professionals who have critical experience and skills that can help address urgent operational requirements. This limitation prevents the city from tapping into a valuable pool of experienced individuals who can contribute meaningfully to governance, infrastructure, specialized service areas, and critical projects. The proposed approval fills this gap by ensuring that the city can make strategic appointments for a fixed period, not exceeding 3 years,
to bolster key departments and ensure uninterrupted service delivery. It does not create an expectation of permanent employment or extend tenure indefinitely, but rather allows the city to meet pressing needs efficiently. This approach strengthens our ability to manage skills, shortages, enhance institutional effectiveness, and provide flexibility in workforce planning, ensuring that when expertise is required and no immediate internal candidate is available, we have a legitimate mechanism to source the right professionals. The report seeks approval of this measure, recognizing that it is a practical and necessary step towards ensuring operational excellence and responsive governance. So therefore, I call on this House to support the recommendation on this particular item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Dambuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I had my hand up for a while as I was rising on Rule 30.1.1.
Yes.
Yes, Speaker. There's been massive heckling that has been coming from the side of the DA, and there is no councillor that has been named. And we have been raising this issue with you, and we ask that your office please to be vigilant and make sure that it does just not look on one side. It looks as councillors of the DA that are consistently doing this, because it was done when speakers from this side were speaking during this item.
Thank you for that. And Councillor, I encourage you to look at the YouTube link again tonight, perhaps, because I have named councillors from that side, but you were talking too and possibly missed it. So, but I have named councillors on the DA side. We're moving on. Mr. Mayor, there was a request from the ANC to withdraw the item. Do you want to withdraw it, or do you want us to carry on with the recommendation?
What is the motivation for withdrawal?
Councillor Haynes?
Further consultation with the Madam Speaker.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a recommendation then on page 4 to 5. Those in favour of the recommendation? Anyone against the recommendation? Thank you, the EFF, and good. And the ANC.
ANC abstain.
You abstaining? Councillor from the other party, you against the item or abstaining? Abstaining. Councillor Ngwana? Excuse me?
Abstain.
Abstain. Good, were you abstaining or against?
Against, Speaker.
You against. Okay. Right. Thank you. We're making progress. We're now on item 61 and 62. Councillor Haynes?
No, excuse me, ma'am.
Questions? Oh, sorry, that's questions. Yes. Right, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I just want to apologize for the late tabling of the reply. It was only tabled this morning, and sincere apologies for that, but it has been distributed, and I'm happy to take follow-up questions on it.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up question on that? You haven't seen the response. All right, you can table the question on if you need to respond, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, happy to take follow-up questions in writing or at the
In
next
writing.
meeting.
Okay, that's fine. All right. If they're not ready now, they can do it in writing. We move then on to item 62. Councillor Dambuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on Rule 25.
Rule 25 this time. Thank you.
No, Speaker. On the item that you are going in, on Rule 25, rising on it, is based on the fact that we have been asking for proper, clear numbers. And the item that we are going to go in talks to numbers. And therefore, we need to know, maybe others went out and did not come back.
Councillor, I think you're on the wrong rule of order number. But
it is a point of clarity.
What's the point of clarity?
It is a point of clarity. Go to the rules. 25 is point of clarity.
Yes, but what is your point of clarity?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. The
point of clarity is we want the numbers. We've been waiting for the
What
display of the...
numbers? No, I told you we have an IT problem. We're moving on. Count the people around the room in the meantime. Can we move on to item 62? Councillor Haynes. Councillor Haynes? Please, councillors. Councillors. No, we've moved off your item. You'll have to put your thing in writing now.
Speaker, I'm a bit confused now, and I don't want to go to the rules, but my confusion comes in is that we're dealing with a motion, and my understanding is that the person that, or whoever submit the motion must table the motion before we then go into a debate of the motion.
All
But
right.
allow me also to do this. In the programming meeting, we've asked a question as to why the mayor is speaking on an item that's speaking against him. We did not get a clarity or a response.
Okay, so according to the Outram Portrait rule, he's entitled to respond. I might have that Latin a little bit wrong, but basically that's the point. So we'll come to that. But in the meantime, Councillor Davids, there you are. You may move your motion.
Good afternoon, everybody. Whereas Section 58 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 empowers a municipal council to remove its executive mayor from office by resolution, and whereas the executive mayor is expected to lead with honesty, integrity, accountability, and uphold the confidence and the trust of the people of Cape Town. We submit this motion for removal of the executive mayor, Gordon Hill Lewis, on the grounds outlined below. Excuse me?
Councillors, please allow the proposer of the motion to continue.
Grounds for removal: lack of accountability and transparency. The mayor repeatedly provides irrelevant, evasive, or meaningless answers to questions posed in council, failing to uphold the transparency and accountability. Spreading false and irresponsible statements. In a council sitting, the mayor stated that he saw on Facebook that the National Coloured Congress President Fadil Adams stole a car, a baseless, defamatory and unproven claim made without supporting evidence, bringing the office of the mayor into disrepute. False claims of meeting with the police commissioner. The mayor told the public that he met with the provincial commissioner. This was later denied by the commission itself, who confirmed that no such meeting occurred. To date, the mayor has refused to clarify who he actually met with, demonstrating dishonesty and manipulation of public trust. The mayor publicly claimed no corruption was found regarding former mayoral committee member Malusi Boy. However, shortly after the statement, over 20 people were arrested in connection with the case. This contradiction reveals a pattern of concealment and misinformation. 600 million staircase scandal. The mayor falsely claimed that the city would recover money connected to the 600 million staircase budget issue. Yet no funds has been recovered and no one was held accountable. The promise to claim back public money remains unfulfilled. The misuse of podium and disrespect to council. The mayor regularly uses the podium to insult elected councillors, once calling members gangs. During a recent full council session, while a councillor was asking a question, he left the podium to engage with a private conversation with another councillor. When the speaker called him back to the podium, he responded dismissively with a casual, "Oh, sorry," showing no genuine accountability or respect.
Oh, wow. Councillors, please. Councillors, let them continue, please, to speak.
This behavior is not only disruptive, but also deeply disrespectful to the speaker, to the council, and the democratic process. Failure to account for legal spending. The mayor has refused to answer direct questions about how much tax money has been spent on legal cases, particularly lawsuits involving our party leader. This demonstrates a disregard of transparency over public funds. Conclusion. The mayor's actions reflect a consistent pattern of dishonesty, abuse of power, lack of professionalism, and failure to fulfill the responsibilities expected of the city's highest office. He does not embody the principles of a city of hope and has damaged public trust. If the mayor has nothing to fear and believes that his leadership and his party, he should have no objections to this motion being decided through a secret ballot. Transparency begins with courage. We therefore move that this council removes Jordan Lewis from the office of the executive mayor with immediate effect. And just on this topic, while I was on the break, a few of your DA councillors actually came here and said, push for a secret ballot. So yes, secret ballot, please.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillors? Councillor Haynes? Would you, I did deal with the issue in a memo to the whips today, but if you'd like me, I'll read it out for you. Oh, you haven't sent it? Okay, so I can read it out for you. There was a request about getting a legal opinion as to whether the mayor can respond. So I will read it out. During the morning's whips meeting, when the matter of motion put by the NCC against the executive mayor was discussed, some of the party whips raised concerns about the fact that the executive mayor wanted to speak to the said motion and requested legal guidance from the chief whip and Mrs. Razak in this regard. The Office of the Speaker accordingly liaised with Mr. Keith Nicol, who advised that in terms of item 6 of the Code of Conduct, the motion put against the executive mayor is not a personal private business interest, which would require recusal. Furthermore, if the executive mayor is at risk of being removed as the executive mayor, as the motion asks, the alterum partem rule would require that he be given the opportunity to defend himself against the allegations in the motion. The determination is thus that the executive mayor does not need to recuse himself and indeed be given the opportunity to speak to the motion put against him if he chooses to do so. Right, having said that, Councillor Haynes, it's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Can we please have it forwarded to us? It was not sent. From our side, Madam Speaker, I almost said Mayor. As the ANC, Utini, can you name the mayor, please? As the ANC, we are in support of the motion. As
councillors, please.
As you so correctly in your response from legal advice said that this is not personal. It's against the office. Councillor Mackenzie can laugh. We are coming for him also. So Speaker, in the spirit of what has happened 2-3 weeks back through the public participation on the budget, and the mayor's decision so then to revoke or withdraw the budget, make amendments to that budget after the supporters, the residents of the city of Cape Town came out against the budget, we so think that the city of Cape Town residents, through not supporting the budget mayor that was put to you through your office to the public and to us as a council, the residents of the city of Cape Town has shown motion of no confidence in you, and so wish that we then have you removed because they show then that your office does not take them into consideration and has failed them. Hence, the ANC is supporting the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, you're the first speaker on the item.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, a motion of no confidence to remove an elected representative from his or her position is an important part of our democratic process. It's one of the strongest ways in which the legislative branch of government can hold the executive to account. We have no objection to using this motion, and as you know, we use it often ourselves in other spheres of government. It is a crucial check on power in a healthy democracy, if it is used correctly. Because as we all know, it is also often abused as a tool for grandstanding and political point scoring, for winning a few headlines and hogging the microphone for Facebook. It's normally easy to see which of these is being used: a legitimate failure or collapse of confidence in leadership, or a cheap stunt. And luckily, in today's case, the sponsor of this motion has given us a few clues and a few pointers to help us make up our minds. 7 pointers, in fact. And I'll get to them in a moment. Now, when you file such a motion, actually it's not necessary in terms of the rules to provide any reasons for the motion. You can simply say, we've decided we have no more confidence in this person's leadership and we'd like the members of the legislature to vote on it. You can add your reasons if you like, though, as the councillor and the party has done today. And very often in the case of frivolous political stunts, people will set out a list of reasons in the hope that some of this becomes part of the news reporting for the following day, as I'm sure will be the case here. But what normally happens in these cases is that the listed reasons don't stand up to even the most basic and cursory scrutiny, and they end up torpedoing their own case. I'm afraid this is precisely what the NCC's motion has done here today. In their attempt to list 7 smoking guns in their motion application, all that Fadil Adams Handlangers have achieved here today is to demonstrate just how empty, pathetic, dishonest, and just plain amateurish their case actually is. Now, the other rule about these sorts of motions is that if you're willing to dish out, you must be willing to take it too. So, you've dished out today, and now it's your turn to receive. As we heard in the Oval Office last week, dim the lights, please. Allow me to answer your points one by one, Councillor. Number 1 of their 7-point list of grounds for removal states that I, quote, repeatedly provide irrelevant, evasive, or meaningless answers to questions posed in council, thereby failing to uphold transparency and accountability, unquote. Now, I'm afraid that Fadil is going to have to brief the writers of this motion slightly better than that. Which questions specifically were not answered to your satisfaction? I will say to you that I do enjoy the questions part of council meeting very much. I go out of my way to answer each one in as much detail as I can, and sometimes more detail than has been asked for. And I think that most members of this council will attest to that fact. I might even say that answering questions from opposition councillors is actually my favorite part of council meetings. That's because more often than not, and this is particularly true of you and the NCC, the questions are so bad that you're just making it too easy for me to embarrass you. Your questions are badly prepared. You haven't read the basic facts. You haven't done the basic homework. You haven't thought about what you're arguing. You just put a few words together that sound angry and screamy, and then you vomit them into your microphone and expect us to make sense of them. Neerman, do better. So don't tell us that you're unhappy with the answers just because you keep being embarrassed. It is you who is actually disrespecting the public because you don't really know what you're doing here. And soon, when Fadil decides that you aren't loyal enough, or you're not swearing enough for his liking, or you're not paying him enough, or whatever, you will be out of here too, like so many before you. Just like the SPCA had to come and remove his starving and neglected parrot from his home to save its life, he will have to remove you, his other chattering parrots, from these council benches. Now the second point on the list is titled, and I quote, spreading false and irresponsible statements, unquote, and refers to a comment I made in this chamber about having read on Facebook about the alleged theft of a motor vehicle by the party's leader, Fadil Adams. Now, well...
Councillor Satarin, you made the motion,
No.
you now have to listen to the answer. Quiet.
I'm not sure if this is really what you want. I'm not sure if this is what you intended when you put in this point. But we could certainly make the entire debate today about the VW Polo that broke down in Toast River and the elderly couple from Gauteng who have been struggling for 4 years to get their car back from Fadil while they still have to make the monthly repayments on it. All the while, they have still had to make the monthly repayments on it. I don't know if perhaps Fadil didn't brief you on this, but maybe you want to check with him first, whether he's comfortable with me quoting the case number from Malmesbury SAPS or the voice messages that he sent. The voice messages.
Councillors.
The voice messages that he sent to intimidate the owner. I could air those in this chamber as well. Sinister, intimidating voice notes, councillors, where he tells the poor elderly man whose car he has held for 4 years, and I'm quoting, "Buta, it's too late to get scared now. Just hurry up with the address, please, because I'll find it by another way. You know what? Let's play. You want to play? Let's play that game." Unquote. That's from Fadil to the poor owner of this. And I've got many others. Do that. We could speak only about the stolen cars, but perhaps check that with Fadil first. Point number 3 speaks of, I quote, false claim of meeting the police commissioner, unquote, and makes reference to reports that, contrary to what I said at the time, the provincial police commissioner supposedly denied having met with me in the wake of the raid on the office of Alderman Smith. I can only imagine that Fadil's data must have run out before he could see the correction and apology that was published soon afterwards by the same news agency that ran the original story, after the police commissioner publicly corrected them. Their reporter had completely misunderstood and misrepresented what the police commissioner had said about our meeting. In fact, he was referring to an entirely different meeting, and turned out that he had never denied meeting me at all. Indeed, it is absolutely clear I did meet him, along with several of his senior generals, to be briefed on the case. And 30 seconds, probably even less, 20 seconds on Google would have told you this. But this is what the NCC always does, Speaker. They pick up a stompie somewhere, and then without first checking the facts, without even trying to understand the issue themselves, they do 11 videos and a 2-hour-long Facebook Live, telling us why there's a massive scandal. And then the massive scandal comes to niks. Because there is just niks. Nothing. Uno T. That is why you can't trust anything the NCC says. Then we get to point number 4, which accuses me of a cover-up in the Malusi Boy case, stating that I claimed that no corruption was found regarding Mr. Boy, while not long after 20 arrests were made, quote unquote. And this is where the motion goes from silly to just dishonest. Fadil Adams is trying to convince you that he was involved with something that he had absolutely nothing to do with. He was making a big noise about a tender for the repair of staircases. That tender is, as he has often repeated, tender 243Q. You've heard a lot about that. The problem for him is that the forensic report into 243Q found no evidence of corruption, as I said. Now, we all know that he has got that report, as you have got that report, SAPS has got that report, the AG has that report, MPAC in this council has this report. So ask yourself, why isn't he making something of it? I'll tell you why. Because the report is clear. There's absolutely nothing there. Now, separate to that, there is another matter relating to the arrest of Malusi Boy, which revolves around the Valhalla Park housing project. That issue has nothing to do with the NCC or with Fadil, and has never had anything to do with them or him. But that doesn't stop him and them from telling you what they want you to believe. He takes the one issue where nothing was found and combines it with the other issue and tries to put it together in your mind. Clearly dishonest. No matter how many times we've said this to the NCC and to Fadil Adams, as I have personally done on numerous occasions, they will always come back like a broken clock with the same conflation of these two separate sets of events. Maybe I need to draw pictures for them in bright colors. Once again, this is their constant strategy. All they will do is pick up stompies from the ground and throw around allegations of corruption, but they've never got any evidence. Their corruption-busting strategy is to say, so-and-so said this to so-and-so, and we met this guy who gave us a voice note from his uncle who thinks this, and so therefore it must all be true. That is not an investigation, no matter how much you try to sell it off as one. That is not corruption busting, that is just nonsense. And that is why no one can trust the NCC. Wherever we have actual evidence or credible evidence of wrongdoing, the city and my office could not possibly have done more to assist SAPS with their investigation. We've worked with authorities from day one, and it was us who asked National Treasury to blacklist 16 companies, the first municipality in South Africa ever to actually do that. Let's move on to point number 5. That's the actual staircase tender, and states that I falsely claimed the city would recover money relating to the tender, and that to date no funds have been recovered. Again, Fadil either struggles with comprehension or he does comprehend, but he deliberately misleads. I said that if any money was found to have been misappropriated, we would recover it. And if any corruption in the execution of the contract was found, we will deal with it. But again, as that report which has gone to you and MPAC and all those other parties, SAPS, the AG, etc., no corruption has been found. So I'm not sure which money Fadil or you want the city to recover. Point number 6 is another odd one and speaks of misuse of the podium and disrespect to council, quote unquote. Supposedly because I once had a sidebar conversation with a councillor in chamber during the question session and had to be called back to the podium by the speaker. Gosh, I must say, the NCC is really bringing the weighty issues of public importance to the fore, aren't they? I'm not even really sure how to respond to that one. Perhaps my only advice to the NCC is just simply to toughen up. If you are so easily triggered by a total non-issue that you need to raise it in a motion of no confidence, then perhaps this chamber is simply no place for you. And finally, we get to the 7th and last point on their list, which refers to the legal costs we've had to incur in taking action against the NCC and its leader. It's interesting that the NCC would raise this, because of course one cannot speak about the cost of legal action without speaking about the action itself, and why we find ourselves in a position where we have to litigate against the NCC and its leader. Our legal spend in this regard is a moving target, mainly because the NCC and its leadership repeatedly take actions that obligates the city to litigate against it on an almost ongoing basis, both against the party and its leader. The NCC, with alarming regularity, Madam Speaker, unlawfully obstructs or interferes with the city and our officers carrying out their work. They do this, they continue to harass our officials and our staff, despite multiple court interdicts granted against them to stop doing so. Interdicts which, by the way, they continue to unlawfully and blatantly ignore. It has now reached a point where we have asked to apply to court for an order of contempt to be brought against them by our Safety and Security Directorate based on their breach of an earlier interdict. And it gets even worse. Not content with simply obstructing city staff and officials, Fadil Adams then decided to publish a racist and defamatory statement about our top official, the city manager, a statement which the Equality Court confirmed to be racist. Fadil Adams was ordered to apologize. He was instructed and he was ordered to pay the costs. Again, if you don't want to see the city spending money on litigation, don't do stupid things. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. In another case, we had to get another interdict against the NCC because Fadil and his thugs threatened private businesses in Mitchell's Plain because they weren't hiring who the NCC said that they should hire. That is a textbook definition of extortion. So we went to court to protect colored-owned businesses in Mitchell's Plain who were being threatened with a shutdown of their businesses by the NCC. Again, we won, again with costs. We have a duty to uphold the rule of law in Cape Town, and it doesn't matter who it is, Councillor Davids and your colleagues. It doesn't matter who it is. We will not shrink away from that responsibility. Even now, the city is still engaged in ongoing litigation against Fadil Adams and the former Khatful Group for the recovery of millions in damages which they caused to the city several years ago during a shutdown action targeted at Cape Town's poorest communities. People who just wanted to get to work and back and earn an honest living. Khatful stopped them from doing so and damaged public property to the tune of millions of rands in the process. In fact, and this really does make me wonder about today's proceedings, because this matter, this trial, is coming to trial very, very soon, in the coming weeks. That is, of course, if Fadil's lawyer ever comes to court. After many, many delays, the judge has now ordered Fadil's lawyer to come to court at the next date so that the trial can finally proceed, because he never shows up. So who is hiding from accountability for his actions? And I can't help but wonder if that's actually the reason for today's motion, in an attempt to get us to back down from that legal action. Well, colleagues in the opposition benches from the CCC, this is not going to make you happy. But we are not going to stop that legal action. In fact, that's going to be the most expensive one for you and Mr. Adams yet, because the damages run into millions and we will pursue them to the last rand. We're going to continue until we've recovered every cent of that money, and Cape Town's communities and city staff are free from harassment by you and the NCC. So, thank you so much for your concern for legal bills in your motion. But let me say there are a few simple rules of decent behavior that will help us to keep the legal bills down. Don't damage city property. Don't engage in racist rants. Don't defame city officials with no evidence. Don't intimidate private businesses. Don't attempt to extort people into hiring who you want. Don't do all of those things and we will not need to take you to court. Now, you got very upset. Consider your behavior. Intimidating and extorting businesses, who does that? Gangs do that. Political parties don't do that. Stealing cars, who does that? Political parties don't do that. Destroying public property and terrorizing communities, who does that? Political parties don't do that. And posing for photos with guns is what gangs do. That's what gangs do.
Councillors.
Now let me ask you, colleagues, who does that? Political parties don't do that. That, by the way, is Fadil Adams and Councillor Nasmi Jacobs right there in that picture. They're the ones proudly waving around what looks like a 9mm. Now, you will have seen that we focused heavily this past week on the terrible destruction that illegal firearms in the hands of gangsters brings to communities across the Cape Flats. Our brave law enforcement officers, who the NCC, by the way, often mock, they work around the clock to remove those firearms from the streets and make arrests. Protecting Cape Town's under siege communities from gangsters is our mission. But when people like Fadil Adams and NCC members of this council proudly flaunt their gangster credentials on social media and conduct themselves no better than other gangsters, they are setting us back in this mission. They are working against us and they are taking the side of the gangsters. So again, some simple rules. If you don't want to be called a gang, don't act like a gang. If you don't treat it, stop being thugs. You see, we are trying to do a job here, an important job, which impacts the lives of millions of Cape Townians, many of whom are poor and who very much want to see us making progress with our plans in their communities. The very progress that the NCC, with Fadil Adams pulling the strings in the background, wants you to stop today. Well, that's not going to happen. We've come too far and achieved too much these past 3.5 years to stop today. We said we are going to deliver on the promises we made to Cape Town, and we will deliver. That is a train that won't slow down. We currently have the biggest sewer upgrade ever undertaken by a city government in South Africa, the Cape Flats bulk sewer upgrade. We're deep into building the biggest public transport infrastructure project ever undertaken in a South African city. We've doubled and then doubled again our pipe replacements. We've upgraded wastewater treatment works.
Please pay attention.
We're making sure Cape Town has water for generations to come. We're releasing land for affordable housing faster than ever, with more than 12,000 affordable units now in the pipeline. We're using whatever resources we have to stand in the gap for communities and fill the hole left by a broken SAPS. and a broken criminal justice system so that we can help keep communities safer. We're about to stand in the gap more than ever with over 700 new officers being funded and deployed in our new budget. All of our construction projects are employing young people from the Cape Flats, many for their first jobs ever, their first opportunity in life because of the projects this government is doing. We are creating more jobs in the city than any other city in South Africa. In fact, the data shows more than all the other cities combined. More tourists are coming, more businesses are coming. The city is looking and feeling cleaner. Through our relentless pushing, we have finally got the harbour on the list for private management so that the port can work, properly in future and even more jobs can be created. Our budget deliberately protects families in the lower income homes. I'm just touching on a few things here, colleagues, a few aspects of our progress. But this is the progress that the NCC wants you to stop today with this half-baked motion. That's not going to happen. You can go back and tell Fadil I said so. He's always telling everyone he's so full of everything. Well, tell him that Cape Town is full of him. And they're full of you. They're full of you. We're going to deliver on every single pledge that we made to Cape Townians. We are not only turning Cape Town into a city of hope for all, but we are showing that Cape Town will never be like the failing cities you want it to be like. We want the residents of other towns and cities in our country to see our progress here and say, we want that too. We want to be like Cape Town. We want what Cape Town has got. And for that to happen, we will not allow frivolous motions to even be a little speed bump on our mission. I reject this motion with contempt. Thank you.
Councillor Dambuza. Thank you, councillors. Before we go to the next speaker, Councillor Dambuza, you had your card up.
No, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. I rise on a point of order on two issues.
What is your point of order?
The first one, it's just that there's heckling now.
No, what is the point?
All right. The first one is the fact that there was a party display.
But what is your point of order? Okay, get on to the second one. Maybe that's correct.
Can you allow me to speak?
Yes, but you need to raise what your point of order is before
I'm rising on that point of order.
What's the number?
Yeah? Come again?
The point of order number?
Yeah, before you even get there, I've been the only one who's been calling numbers here.
Yeah, but you won't, but it doesn't matter. Just give me a number.
Don't want to be Nazi, because I'm going to tell you right now, there are two. It's 30.11, that is one. Two,
yes, you correct.
24.
Okay.
Now we move on those numbers. The first one, there was, on top of it is 31. Go.
Yes, okay.
There was a regalia displayed in the council chamber, in the council sitting, with logo of the political party, which is out of order and it should supposed to be rectified.
Thank you. Then put that in writing so I can research it.
That is the first one. The second one, in the Kalar, there was someone who stood up and started clapping, which is against the rules of the house.
All right, thank
They
you
are
for
not
that.
supposed to be
Put that in writing to my office and we'll deal with it.
Thirdly, on 30.11, as I've been speaking to you right now, members of the DA have been heckling. None of them have been named, not even once.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor, you got a point of order? Your point?
Madam Speaker, I raised on point 30.1.6. Councillor Davids was showing rude hand gestures during the meeting.
I would like it to be investigated.
Thank you. Please put that in writing to my office. I will do that.
Sorry, Minnow.
Thank you. Councillor Minnow, well, whichever one. Thank you very much. All right, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Speaker. If the mayor wasn't enough, here's some more for the NCC.
In what capacity?
Councillors, quiet, please. It's the councillor's opportunity to speak.
Honourable Speaker and colleagues.
Roll number. Roll number.
He is a speaker. He doesn't need a rule number. Look at your speakers list. Councillor, continue.
That's stupid corner.
Councillor, continue.
But Speaker, colleagues, and of course we so quickly forget the NCC, a political party so full of sound and fury, yet somehow always managing to signify absolutely nothing. Today, we unfortunately gathered to debate a motion of no confidence, Speaker, but let's be honest. You can't really call this a motion of no confidence when it's being thrown at Mayor Jordan Lewis, who's currently running the city of Cape Town like a Swiss watch, while the NCC struggles to put the alarm on their Casio watch still. But let's be clear here, this motion is aimed at Mayor Jordan Lewis, a man who, under the DA, has turned Cape Town into one functioning engine in a country full of broken taxis driven by the NCC. A city where the light stays on and water runs and potholes don't qualify for heritage status. But let's compare this. While Jordan is rolling out housing projects and job creation programs, the NCC, oh, just shut up.
Hey, Councillor. Councillor. Okay, just hold on, Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Solomon, please. I'm naming you now for the first time.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Madam Speaker,
thank you. Quiet.
As well.
Quiet. Thank you. Continue.
Speaker, while Jordan is rolling out housing projects and job creation programs, the NCC is rolling out conspiracy theories and WhatsApp forwards. While Cape Town is attracting investment, the NCC is attracting subpoenas from logic and reason. But let's take a moment to appreciate the irony here, Nasmi, Councillor Nasmi. Through the Speaker. Through the Speaker. The National Coloured Congress, led by the political dream team of Fadil and Councillor Nasmi, is trying to unseat a mayor whose only crime appears to be success. Imagine that. Clean audits, efficient service delivery, infrastructure that works, and while other cities are holding load-shedding parties, the mayor is keeping the lights on. That's not governance, friends. That's sorcery in a country like South Africa. But let's talk about Fadil Adams. Oh. This man who believes that when you shout louder, automatically it makes your argument smarter. He's made more Facebook Lives than party policies. He once promised he'd shake things up, and to his credit, he did. Just not the system, though, but an entire bottle of political credibility. And I'm convinced, I'm totally convinced, that Fadil has missed his calling as an actor on Seven de Laan. Or better, the reality show Beating Up My Parrot. But then there's Councillor Nasmi Jacobs. I mean, if political relevance were an Olympic sport, he'd still be stuck in the warm-up zone trying to tie his shoelaces. The only time Nasmi's name trends anywhere is when someone misspells nasal spray on Twitter. And here's the sad part of it. The only thing that Nasmi has successfully ever opposed was his microphone in this council. And if he continues to work any harder at being invisible, I swear, we need a telescope to find your political relevance, my friend. But Speaker, this motion is less about governing and, in fact, more about grumbling. It's the political version of someone trying to heckle the chef while dining at a Michelin star restaurant with a lunchbox of 2-minute noodles like Councillor Nasmi brings to council. This mayor, you must shut up. First Mayor is delivering on housing.
Councillor
He's
Coleman.
delivering on public transport. He's delivering on economic investment while the NCC is delivering. Wait for it. Just wait for it. Another Facebook Live. When the signal is not bad. So in conclusion, dear NCC, if you're going to throw stones, at least try not to live in a glass house with broken windows, unpaid rates, and questionable service delivery records of your own. This motion is not just doomed, it's actually our comical relief. Let us reject this with the same energy that this DA-led city rejects mediocrity. Colleagues, but here's the interesting thing. I'm almost tempted to propose an amendment to this motion. And instead speak of a motion of no confidence in the mayor, who's actually doing his job. Let us table a motion of no confidence in the National Talent Congress. For crimes against common sense. Attempted sabotage of progress. And impersonating a gangster. Let's be honest, Cape Town deserves leadership and we're certainly not loudspeakers. Madam Speaker, we oppose this motion and ask that, contrary to the CCC's request, that this matter be put to a vote and open on open electronic ballot in the spirit, you have no say, in the spirit of openness and transparency, and because the public are entitled to know how their public representatives vote on matters in this council, including sensitive and difficult matters. This is a basic ingredient of councillors' accountability to their voters. I'm tempted to send that to you, not read it again, actually. And so, may common sense reign here today, even if it never quite made it to the NCC's manifesto. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. So we will stick to the substantive motion, and you can bring your own motion later. But in terms of the secret ballot, we've looked at court judgments from when the previous mayor, the law took the city and the former speaker to court and demanded a vote by secret ballot on her motion of no confidence. Judge Henry at that point in the Western Cape High Court ruled that the Speaker of the City of Cape Town should use their discretion to decide if a secret ballot should be used or not. And therefore the decision on how to vote now is that we will have an open vote. So now we have a motion tabled by the CCC, and those in favor of the motion, please indicate. So the NCC are voting for the motion. Okay, so in order for transparency, we will go to the electronic vote so we can record the vote. So, councillors, we are going to use the electronic voting so we can record the votes per councillor. So, you know how to vote? Okay, when the lights flash, you then vote. Those in favor of the motion may vote first. Kindly.
Madam Speaker, may I suggest a show of hands? It's going to be easier. You're just confusing people now. Show of hands.
Speaker, the blue light will flash first.
Okay. So if you're in favor of the vote, you press the plus sign. Okay, so you press the blue button. You press the blue button that's flashing. Vote yes. If you want to vote in favor, you press the green button. If you want to vote against the motion, you press the red button. And for those of you that want to abstain, you press the cross.
Please show our friend the speaker. Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I think you need to explain.
You must vote if you want to vote against the motion.
Please vote now.
Madam Speaker,
Councillors, please take your seats and vote. You vote, there should be a blue button flashing. press the blue button. Then you will get a cross, a minus, or a...
Speaker Alderman Ace. Speaker Alderman Ace.
No, no. Councillor Ace. Okay, some councillors have voted against ballot. Councillor Dudley?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Speaker. Could you just give us clarity again? Just start from the beginning. There's such a lot of noise.
Okay.
And let's go through the process of what the
All right.
motion is.
So, okay.
Okay.
Councillor Haynes, do you want to say something before I start the vote again? His thingamajig's not working. Nathan? All right. So, councillors, let's stop the vote and start again. Can we cancel that vote and start again?
Speaker, the motion says Speaker, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the request was for a secret ballot.
No, we're not having a secret ballot.
No, no, ma'am.
I told you there'll be no secret ballot.
Councillors,
Yours was scripted, that's why.
councillors, the point is that I've just read out the legal opinion.
But you made that ruling on your website. The motion states.
Okay, please.
The motion's got.
We voted it out. Ballot. So you want the secret ballot, councillor? Before I throw you out and you can't vote on your own motion. Okay, we ready again? Councillors, now you press the blue button, then you will get voting. So you press the blue button. Then you either vote for the motion, or against the motion, or you abstain. If yours doesn't work, put your hand up and the IT people will come and help you.
Madam Speaker, can I ask? If you're against the motion, what button must you press?
The red button.
The red button. All right.
Can we put that on the screen? Okay. Councillors, please take a seat. Councillors, please take your seats. Councillor Michaela, please take your seats. We're in a vote. Are there any councillors that need additional assistance with their voting? Councillors, please. Are there any other councillors that need help with voting? The ACDP at the back there, Nathan? Sorted. Keep your hand up so they can help you. Councillor Kempthorne, can you sit down, please? All right, is there anybody else that still needs help? Has everybody voted? I can't read that from here. Can... Councillors, thank you. The motion is lost. Thank you very much.
Voting has been rigged, Speaker. Voting has been rigged.
Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. You survived a very, very difficult time.
Speaker,
My condolences to you, Madam Speaker. If Councillor Haynes had a way, you'd be taking over now. But
Next time, it's okay. Thank you.
Speaker.
And just for the record, can I just check which is the councillor that abstained, just for my own interest?
One of the DA counts. No, but that's not fair, Madam Speaker.
So we don't want to.
Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, that's not fair.
Okay, we'll get an IT person to explain that. Cardi, did you
Speaker, I don't think that should be allowed to reveal someone's name who has abstained. Whether IT is going to look at it or not, but it should not be allowed.
So
Please don't promise IT will look at it, say that it is not allowed.
No, it is allowed because it's an open vote. So we're moving on now to item 54.
Speaker.
Adela?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Thanks to the Council of the ANC, I don't think that should be allowed. That's one, because of intimidation. Two, we want to place it on record that the economic freedom fighters did not participate in this vote, just simply because the motion of the NCC said secret vote. So we did not participate on this because of that. Thank you very much.
Councillor, that's your prerogative, but you didn't abstain either, so I'm not sure what happened there, but don't worry.
Speaker.
Wait, Councillor Mukungwana? Councillor? First, Councillor Mukungwana.
The reason why I'm not speaking, I've never disturbed any councillor when speaking in this council. I am covered, Speaker, because I was going to call on the numbers, because the voting process and the numbers were saying 192 present, but when you tally the for and the against, you couldn't get that. So the EFF has clarified. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Little?
Speaker, I just wanted to say to the mayor, he mustn't worry. JP will get it for him as he did in 2000.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Mackenzie?
Speaker, thanks. Speaker, I'm just a little bit concerned because we agreed, and as per the what's happened in the past, that this vote was an open ballot and public. So that's the one thing. So yes, we can know who the doubtful person was, but I'm also very interested to know, because I believe there were 2 or 3 CCC councillors that voted against their own motion as well, and I'd like to see their names.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much to the EFF for the implicit support in the motion by staying out of it.
Councillor Swart?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, thank you. Maybe we should just confirm that the full result of this voting will be in the minutes of this meeting.
Correct. Thank you very much. Councillor Savant?
Chairperson, I just want to ask that the person that brought that, the idiot that brought this stupid...
No. Thank you. We're moving on.
Please.
I'm not going to entertain it. Excuse me. Item 64. The first speaker is Councillor Dambuza. Councillor Dambuza, it's your time to speak, sir, on item 64.
You must call his wife an idiot.
Quiet. Councillor Minor, Councillor Minor, I'm naming you for the first time.
Speaker.
Quiet, please.
Thank you for naming me, Speaker.
Speaker.
Councillor Dambuza, it's your turn to speak.
Speaker. Speaker.
Yes.
Can you ask Councillor Savant to withdraw that, what he just said now?
I have ruled on him.
This is the very same councillor.
Thank you. Thank you. I've dealt with it. We're moving on, Councillor Dambuza.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me first start by saying that before we proceed, I want to take off this macaron and give salutation to one of the leaders that fought tooth and nail against the oppression of the only black industry that is still left. Comrade Mongetiti, a secretary of CAT, who was murdered in Nyanga, in an area where we are still asking for CCTV cameras. The son, Tako, Kata, and Kotek have gone out of their way to even request that taxi ranks must have CCTV cameras. The city of Cape Town, that seems to deem itself caring interest of the poorest, still is not coming to the aid of our people on the ground. I sit here giving proper respect to a man who has served the people up until the time of his death. Now, we move forward. What we are dealing with here in item 64 is a scorecard. And I must say, Speaker, that in this corporate scorecard, they give you indicators to tell you of the performance of what is happening. Now, the expectation would be that everyone that is sitting here would fully understand those indicators. But I can simply tell you that not everyone that is seen and deemed that they read, because opposition is always said that they don't read. They know these indicators. 1, it is well above. 2, it is the above. 3 is on target. 4 is below. And then the last one is the well below. But when you look at this report and what it gives you, is that we will not even look at everything else but the well belows. The well belows would see that they are talking to the poor of the poorest. And I'm happy that the mayor is not disturbed by anything now. In as much as he's celebrating that he's safe now, we must be in a position to then say, the poor of the poorest, this scorecard is indicating that they are not being represented. You take the fact that water and sanitation has steps provided for informal settlement. Firstly, you go to the target. The target is 450 that must be done. It is a third quarter that we are talking about. But the scorecard will tell you, out of the 450, 194 has been done. And this is what we are talking about, which is indicating that work that is being done within the informal settlement area and stage is being completed by the scorecard. Now, it simply indicates to you there is a problem. There is a challenge that needs to be rectified because you are getting informal settlement like social distance that is in Delft who are still waiting for taps. And those people, whenever they need to get water, they share water with pigs. We have had MMCs being taken to the area, and still, despite that, this is the situation that we are sitting in. We are also talking on issues of having the item on energy that talks to having a target of 500, and therefore the one that has been implemented, it is 290, and the target has not been reached. Energy that is supposed to be sitting within our communities, benefiting our people. Now, out of many of these things, whenever you are looking at them, the reasoning that is being placed is extortion. It can't be. It can never be placed here by the DA-led government that the reason why they cannot service our people is the fact that they are coward enough to deal with extortion. This is the same administration that has been saying to the ANC, give us steps so that we can be able to lead it and be able to give more protection in the city of Cape Town. We were happy that Rupert, out of everything that he says, in that Oval Office, he said the problem is here in the Western Cape, particularly here in the city of Cape Town. Now, you still carry on that the problem that you see in these areas, I can't even go as far as even not mentioning that the favorite of security and safety is part of those ones that are not delivering when it comes to the scorecard. I mean, here you are having the issue of law enforcement officers, recruitment and training numbers. 60 is the target that we are seeing here in the scorecard. And therefore, after that, we are given 7. On the third quarter, the corporate scorecard is here. It's not something that we are just manufacturing out of nowhere. We are getting a report that has been given by you, and it is indicating that after you have discussed, you then put on yourselves that is way below par. And it's not just in a below. This is the situation that we're talking about. It's talking to giving our people not proper service delivery, but getting documents that would say that the DA is doing well and is giving our people what needs to be done and make sure that it is properly served. Informal settlement site servicing, target 900. The actual performance is sitting at 221 in human settlement. And you are looking at the trend of this. It is not talking to any white area. It is not talking to any area of supremacy. It's not talking to any area that is getting proper services. It is talking to the area of our people. We are sitting here with a bad scorecard when it comes to these places. We are sitting with a bad scorecard when it comes to our issues. Now, lastly, as we are closing, we want to come here and say to this council meeting, we want to compliment and congratulate the DA-led administration. Despite the fact that we are supposed to be celebrating work that has been done, one, we had Dan Plato, who then carried a legacy of losing land and making sure that he's giving out food parcels. And then after that, we're having Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis, who will be going under register of history that he mastered the art of poaching. And in that process, it was not his being shame. He's just being pushed by the one next to him who always makes sure that he's looking at him as if he's doing that. We want to congratulate you for taking a hong from us. Who knew that she's not coming back? We are glad for you. We are willing to even give you this champagne to say, keep her. Shame, we are very happy and we are still intact. And on top of it, we want to congratulate Topolo for recruiting someone that we expelled. After he took the Hong to the Jazz Festival, shame, to try and maneuver the caring part. I shame civil, you guys care. And therefore, we as the EFF, we indicate that we are still intact, we are still fine, we are looking very well. And please, any Hong that you are looking for is long gone. Congratulations, we will open the...
No, not in the house, but you can give it to the mayor.
No, it's fine, Speaker.
Who's it for?
No, it's fine, Speaker. The mayor can come to us. We give him the champagne. He can come to me. We'll give him the champagne.
Mr. Mayor,
Come
Mr.
here.
Mayor, I will give you permission to go fetch the champagne. That's a vote of confidence.
We are happy that she's gone. We are celebrating it with you.
Thank you.
We hope that those who are caring for her, they
Thank
get
you.
quickly.
Thank you,
Because
Councillor
you really
Barnes.
see.
Councillor Barnes.
Speaker, what the council?
Councillor Barnes.
Speaker, the council went missing, Speaker.
Councillors. Councillor Barnes, please.
Speaker, why are we hiding the stuff here? Just
Councillor, you are not speaking now. Councillor Barnes.
Speaker, I move the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor van der Ross, there's a motion to move the item. Do you want to speak to it or can we move?
Speaker. When the rights are conducted, yes,
Quiet, please.
Speaker, please give me an opportunity of my 5 minutes to be able to speak to this item. Good afternoon, colleagues, Speaker, Mayor, and everyone else in the chambers today. Speaker, after going through the report a few times, I've reached out to some of our MACO colleagues to get some input. And Speaker, as you know, the corporate scorecard is a product of the 5-year IDP that allows for the tracking of performance against the most important indicators. The scorecard is at the end of the year, audited by the Auditor General for reliability and completeness. This is important, Speaker, because the data must be accurate so that the stakeholders can trust the data, and so that council can have its oversight. The good thing is that this data can be trusted in the city of Cape Town, which cannot easily be said in other metros in South Africa. The scorecard for Q3 reflects 63% of indicators being on target or above and 37% below, which Councillor Dambuza has rightfully said so. We must always take the underperformance seriously. All directorates know what is expected of them, and remedial plans have been set out where required. All MMCs are doing the required oversight, and the expectation for that Q4 result will be better than compatible to last year. Let's start with safety and security, Speaker. We acknowledge that we have focused on the Project 1000 and the Project 300. We needed to prioritize the intake. We need to prioritize the intake of the reservists, so we have lacked, but that is for the bigger picture. And we need to note that this is for the reservists, so that means it's not actual law enforcement, it's those volunteers. So we are re-looking at that, and Safety and Security has guaranteed that we will up that. In energy, Speaker, the contract for that facilitates subsidized electricity connections, tender 082Q, expired on 3rd September 2024. Efforts to replace it were delayed at the High Court judgment in the City of Cape Town versus JK Structures case, which required changes to the CIBD grading requirements in tender documentation. This ruling impacted the multiple tenders across the administration, creating unavoidable delays. Where in water and sanitation, some poor performance stems from ongoing extortion, which Councillor Dambuza also rightfully said, faced by contractors, delayed recruitment of local labourers, and safety concerns preventing contractors from accessing work sites. But remedial actions in this regard, Speaker, speaks to project managers which are now collaborating with law enforcement, ward councillors, sub-council managers, community leaders, and contractors to establish safe working conditions. They are prioritizing recruitment and actual local labor from the settlements. Continuing work is in unaffected areas while addressing issues in problem areas. In water and sewage service, Speaker, item 4D and 4E, performance, both water and sewage service application achieved 65.2% instead of the 80%. And the reason was the USDG funding issues. Funding was initially split equally across the 4 contractors, but we needed to make sure that 2 of the required regions need to be reallocated. Contractors had sped up operations to handle both the original scope and additional work from the reallocations, and overall progress delays occurred as contractors struggled to manage the increased workload, and then resource strains from the unexpected redistribution of work. Then, Speaker, let's move to human settlement. The department experienced material issues with the key procurement vehicle in the department. While corrective resolutions have been slow and difficult, the MMC and ED has instituted a recovery war room to ensure delivery. The recovery work has yielded results, seeing an 80% improvement in financial expenditure on the ground. The Directorate is committed to working until the very end of the financial year to achieve what we have set out to do. In housing development target, the effects of the extortion racket and community unrest continue to ripple in our delivery program. The MMC has ensured these projects are restarted and successfully awarded through supply chain management process. We have seen the successful relaunch of Delft, also Symphony Way, Google Aid to Info, and Ottery Edward Avenue. We face severe extortion challenges at projects, but we are committed to working collective to mitigating this. We have high standards in the City of Cape Town, and this council has in many cases approved stretch targets for corporate performance. This is good because our residents expect the best. We are in a cycle of continuous improvement, and we know where to improve, and as we enter into the final month of the financial year. In saying that, Speaker, I do support the recommendation 5C set out on page 22 that the council notes the third quarter progress report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for noting. So we move on. This concludes the open session. So before we move into the closed session, we would like to just confirm that the YouTube link is cut and that the galleries are clear.